drones delivering vaccines to robots cleaning the airport. From meals delivered to your doorstep to negotiating deals on a screen. The pandemic is spurring innovations and changing the way we live, work, consume, and communicate. Businesses are racing to adapt, and many changes are here to stay. But the rise of technology doesn't come without pitfalls. Regulators say tech giants are getting too powerful, and that the crypto and SPAC gold rush must be reined in. So is technology a savior or oppressor? We convene trailblazers in technology to explore the challenges and opportunities in this age of digital transformation. This is the Bloomberg Technology Summit.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brad Stone, Senior Executive Editor for Bloomberg Technology. I help run a team of about 65 reporters, editors, and producers who cover big tech companies, small startups, venture capital, and cybersecurity trends in the US, Asia, and Europe. On behalf of Bloomberg, I'm so pleased you could join us for day one of the Bloomberg Technology Summit. The Bloomberg Tech Summit brings together innovative thought leaders and technological forerunners from across all sectors. Make sure you check out the event agenda on BloombergLive.com for more information on today's sessions. We'll be taking a deep dive into the ways technology is changing the way we work, live, and play. Experts from the healthcare, gaming, automotive industry, and e-commerce, to name just a few industries represented, will share with us how they are using the latest technological advancements to make improvements for the industry and their customers. We will also cover topics of the day such as cybersecurity, supply chain management, tech privacy, and how technology can sometimes present challenges as well as opportunities. In addition to the industry and expert-driven panels, we can look forward to insightful keynote interviews with Arvind Krishna, CEO of IBM, and Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Be sure to stay for the special session at the end of the day on expanding innovation with hybrid cloud. I'm looking forward to hearing examples of use cases for the hybrid cloud and learning from the panelists' experiences. Before we get started, a couple of announcements. First, I would like to acknowledge our US presenting sponsor, Invesco QQQ, and our presenting sponsors, PwC, Sitecore, and AWS in partnership with Intel. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, try to refresh your browser or use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You'll be able to submit questions during the interviews. We hope you do engage with us. While we're probably not going to get to everybody, we'll try to do our best. To submit a question, please click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. And if you note your name and geographical location, we'll give you a shout out. For today's event, we have partnered with Thyssen, an audio-to-text platform that is transcribing today's discussions in real time, making the event more accessible. You can access Thyssen for the real-time transcription via the link in the session description. And please engage with us on social media using hashtag BloombergTech and engage with other attendees in the event chat in the bottom right corner of your screen. I'd now like to turn the program over to my colleague, Drew Armstrong, Senior Editor for Healthcare here at Bloomberg, who will lead our first discussion of the day, the role of AI in healthcare.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Drew Armstrong. I'm Bloomberg News' Senior Editor for Healthcare, and I'd like to welcome our audience to the Technology Summit and also to our first panel. We're going to be talking about the role of AI in healthcare and in particularly its usage in drug development. I'm joined today by Dave Johnson, the Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Officer at Moderna Therapeutics, and also Najat Khan, the Chief Data Science Officer and the Global Head of Strategy and Operations for Janssen Research and Development, which is the drug arm of the absolutely massive healthcare company, Johnson & Johnson, though getting a little bit smaller with some of the planned business changes over there. We are going to be talking about AI in drug development, and I want to really start with a definition and kind of table setting question for our panel just to get them to define what AI means to them in the world of healthcare and drug development. It's a word that gets it's a phrase that gets tossed around a lot. It's a very buzzy one. Everybody says that they are doing this. So just to begin, Dave, do you want to start us off, and then we'll move over to Najat? How do you define AI in drug and in healthcare? And then maybe if you can give us a couple of examples, that help us concretize that.
A sure thing. It's a question we hear a lot and something we think about a lot as we talk about how we communicate with our business stakeholders. We think of AI, artificial intelligence, as, a computational system that reaches a level of achievement. Think of problem solving or identifying information from data that we normally associate with human intelligence. So it is by its nature somewhat subjective, but we like to couch in kind of really concrete value for the business. In the healthcare more broadly, you're seeing a lot of really impressive stuff. DeepMind's recent AlphaFold is an example of solving the protein folding problem, as well as the advances in digital pathology, where algorithms are able to extract so much more information out of imagery than humans are able to. At Moderna, we've had success in a number of different areas. One I'll cite is, what we've done in terms of data analysis, right? There's a huge amount through our research and development pipeline of data from assays, and humans can do this manually, but, robots can do it, algorithms can do it much faster, much more efficiently, and with much better quality. And in a lot of cases, we find the algorithms are able to find information in detail within that data that humans wouldn't be able to.
Najat, question over to you. I mean, the same thing. How do we define AI in healthcare and drug discovery? And really, where do you draw the line between, a computing task, or a technological task and AI? Where is that separation?
Yeah, and a great question. In terms of the definition, I think it was defined really well. What I'll do is dive a little bit deeper into what are the applications, because that's where it becomes real. To your point, there's so much hype. And to make it real in healthcare, I think you have to start with what are those outcomes that will improve our pipeline, enhance our pipeline, right? So either improve the probability of success of a program that's actually going to be successful, or do things faster and quicker. And I will give you a couple of examples where we're seeing a lot of progress already. So, there was a little bit around how computer vision and AI can actually see and extract more information out of, say, digital pathology images. So one of the things we are doing is, as we go more towards rare diseases, or diseases where there's a specific mutation you want to target, the challenge is to then find the patient, right? Because you're making it inherently a more rare disease as you go more to precision medicine. So there we've had success with looking at histopathology images that are digitized and then be able to predict the mutational status of the patient. Why is that important? With these new mutational biomarkers, a lot of people are not sequenced, but everybody gets a pathology image for their biopsy. So, what you can do there is actually find the right patients that will actually respond to the right treatment. And to do that, you asked about the delineation between computer programming, et cetera, and AI. I don't see it as all of the approaches are sort of equal in terms of the problem you're trying to solve. I'll give you another example also where we're seeing a lot of progress from AI. So, when we talk about clinical trials that are run today, these trials take a long time. And also, it's hard to recruit patients and the right patients and have the right diversity. What we're starting to do is use AI and machine learning in order to predict the performance of these sites and where the patients are de-identified. And then you can, in a more targeted way, go to where the patients that are eligible for the trial exist versus doing it the old way, which is where do we have relationship with some academic medical center. Why is that important? I mean, you've heard the stat, only 4% of eligible patients enroll in a trial. And diversity is generally a challenge. So we used AI machine learning models for a COVID-19 vaccine. And we actually were able to accelerate by predicting where the hotspots are going to be across the world by about 6 weeks from the development timeline. So this is a real hard example of where you have impact by using AI machine learning.
I want to ask you all a little about the data landscape as it exists. There's obviously a huge amount of information in the healthcare space. And, you think about medical records and the huge amounts of genetic information that are out there. I mean, it is a immensely rich data environment. But one of the challenges that I feel like I've heard about from a lot of people, Dave and I, we had a little bit of a discussion about this when we were doing our prep call, and I've heard about it from other folks working in the space, is that actually turning that into usable information for computing processes, for using it in AI. That is where a lot of the challenge is. Can you guys talk to me about the gap between information as it exists in healthcare, of which there's a ton, and then actual usable data in the types of processes you're talking about, and kind of where we are on that journey?
Yeah, I mean, happy to jump into that. I think that's such a critical question. To do data science or AI well, you need good longitudinal linked data set. So there lies in the problem. There's a lot of data that's being generated, but it's not connected. If it's not connected, it's fragmented. Then how do you use AI to be able to predict who's going to progress to a certain disease, who's going to respond better to a certain treatment, right? The longitudinal aspect of it, that's one of our biggest challenges from a data perspective. And then the other is data missingness. Now, I can go to a physician and then I'll go to a different physician, a different health system. If those are not connected, then there are gaps in my healthcare, journey. And if you use that for AI machine learning, then you will over-index in some areas and under-index in other areas where there's missing data. And if you especially think about a lot of the real-world studies that are done, regulatory approvals that we need, one of the biggest questions we get asked is data missingness. And are you able to show that you have mitigated that? So those are the problems. But I will say one thing, that we are starting to see progress in that space. So some of you might have heard about a concept called tokenization, which actually enables you to de-identify, to anonymize data, but then actually link up various fragmented sets of data for specific patients, for patients' journey. So you're basically stitching together those data. I think that has happened quite a bit in the US with claims data and then more with EHR data. And that's allowing us to do more with AI than we could have done before. But I want to mention a watch out, because a lot of the times the data sets can sometimes be biased. They don't have the right representation, right? You don't want just data sets from certain states and not the others. You want racial, distribution to be appropriate to what we see in the US. So there's a lot of that kind of problem, Drew, that we're still working through. But that's where kind of the field is headed in terms of being able to connect data. The last thing I'll say, I wish we had the data sets in the Nordics, right? Where you have cradle to grave, connected omics to claims to hospital records. We are not there for most countries in the world, but I think there's a movement towards that.
What I would add, I think that was a great overview of the landscape and the challenges, particularly in the real world side. But what I'd add is, biology is really complicated, and it sounds simple to say, but just like, I don't think you can overstate how complicated it is. And the more challenging and complicated problem is, the more data you need to have, and the higher the data quality you need to have. And so we have this kind of double problem where we really do need way more data and way more structured, valued, curated data sets. But also the complexity of biology also means that the data capture systems end up kind of erring into the side of like the lowest common denominator. So think, patients' notes, like physicians' notes, like handwritten notes, text, like there's a lot of information in there, but there's not a lot of extractable data value that we can use. And it happens all across the R&D pipeline as well, from, academic journals and, lab notebooks where scientists are writing text content. It's really hard for algorithms to make use of that. And so, what we're doing, and what I think a lot of the industry is going to start doing as well, is investing a huge amount of effort in how we structure that data to begin with, like how we capture it in ways to get that full longitudinal picture, as was said here, so that you can actually feed those into algorithms.
Can I ask you all, we've seen this real explosion of, wide population genetic data over the last decade or so. Whether it be companies like 23andMe, BGI and what they're doing in China, a whole range of genetics startups that are really focused on, you have these, the consumer pitch of, hey, give us your genes and we'll let you do, this, that, fun kind of thing with it. But it is a huge creation of genetic information across wide spectrums of populations, and decode and things like that. Where does that fit into the work that that the field is doing, and what that makes possible? And I do want to try and relate that back to the to the data challenge question of the usability of that data. Is that usable data, or how wide is the span of quality and usability for those big, huge genetics data sets that we've seen become available in recent years?
And I think there is definitely usability in the target identification. So that's the most upstream step of creating a medicine. You're trying to ascertain what is that pathophysiology, as we call it. Like, is there a protein that's misfolded? What's causing the disease, right? And I think the explosion in genetics and also other omics data sets is helping us do that, because you can mine that to see, what are the signatures? Is it actually one disease? Is Crohn's really one disease? Is diabetic macular edema one disease, or is it actually 6 sub-diseases within that disease, right? So it's redefining how you think about a disease. The challenge, though, Drew, is that while you have an explosion of genetic data, it's not always connected to the patient's clinical outcomes. If you don't have that connectivity, then you can't answer a lot of the questions that we need to answer, such as, if this person has a certain genetic mutation, are they faring better or worse? Is there more unmet need? So again, it comes back to that longitudinality, but it's great to see that the more genetic data is exploding. Here's what I would say. The space where we're going into is more prospective, multimodal data collection. So take UK Biobank as an example, 500,000 lives, where you're getting longitudinal data, everything from omics in a consistent basis to all of those clinical outcomes I was mentioning. And you also have other data sets that are large now, 5 million, 6 million being created, but they're prospective. So they're taking a little bit of time to get built out, but you need the multimodal aspect of it for a patient, not just the omics, not just the clinical outcomes, you need both. And then what I'll say is practically here and now, what we're doing, my team and others in the industry, let's look at the question at hand that we're trying to answer. Let's look if the data exists to be able to answer it. The question has to be important for the medicine, and do the diligence on is the data and the methodology good enough. And for some of these questions is actually appropriate. While for others, we have to invest in these prospective multimodal.
The other area where this kind of omics explosion is really helpful is in the way we run our clinical trials themselves, particularly in the rare disease and oncology spaces, where things are becoming increasingly personalized, where it really does come down to, what is that specific person's DNA that's going to help find the most effective treatment. And so we just now have an explosion of different omics data that we can, pull together and try to understand the clinical outcomes in a way that's not just like, did it work or not, but, which patients did it work in and why.
I want to turn to you, Dave, with the next question. I mean, I feel like for years I've been hearing people talk about the idea that we can treat biology in the same way that we do computing. You can reprogram things and do this or that. And I want to get your assessment of, is that the right way to think about things? Will it be the right way to think about things in the future, even if it's not now? Or is that a little bit overhyped? Where do you fall on that?
I think that's largely true from my perspective, and I'm biased. I'm a software engineer and data scientist by training. So when I learn more about biology, dig into it, I can just see the same kind of patterns of the programmable nature of biology, and it's evidenced with what's been done with messenger RNA and Moderna, right? We built this platform concept of the company of we have this mRNA technology and we can code into it whatever we want, whatever protein sequence we need. And it was that platform, this programmable technology, that I think gave us, really unprecedented speed at the beginning of the pandemic. We went from sequence identification, so when the sequence was listed by the Chinese authorities, to designing, manufacturing, and shipping clinical grade material for our phase 1 in just 42 days, which is crazy. This is normally something that takes years, but we were able to do that because of this platform we had built, because of the technology and algorithms that are built on top of nature. And there's a wide variety of other kind of technologies other than messenger RNA that are being piloted outside of messenger RNA in this genomic era. But I would say you can only push that metaphor so far. It's kind of like having a programming language, but it's a language we didn't write for a system we didn't invent and didn't build. And so while we've learned so much about the biology programming and have used it successfully to create medicines, and I think that will continue to grow, there's still a tremendous amount of information and research we need to do.
Yeah.
Najat, do you want to jump in there? Yeah.
Yeah, I might have a slightly different perspective. My background as a data scientist and actually a scientist as well. As a scientist, you just have to acknowledge how little we know about the biology. We have 20 to 25,000 genes. And we don't really know the functions of most of them or how to modulate it. There is just, I mean, I'm always humbled by how little we know and how much we've done from the little bit that we know. Now, having said that, I think we're in a great spot right now. The amount of innovation that's happening, Dave mentioned, in Moderna, but also in other parts of our industry is fantastic. But it's hard to program something when you know so little about something to begin with. So I think that is a humbling thing for me. However, I think data science plays an exceptionally important role to be able to compute large amounts of data and then actually look at it in a very unbiased way. I think often we tend to be, as scientists, we see we're very data-driven, but quite frankly, we can be a lot more data-driven and do it in an unbiased way and add to our experiential knowledge. So I think we might be there in the next couple of decades, but right here, right now, it's not programmable. However, we're on the path to do that.
I wanted to ask you, I mean, when we think about where the field is now and comparisons, I mean, just to extend the metaphor a little bit, I mean, if we compare this to kind of the development of technology and computing over the last half a century, I mean, are we in the 1970s? Are we in the 1980s? Is it the 90s yet? I mean, where are we? And I also want to use this as a moment to ask you all, when we think about what, for outsiders, what progress is going to look like here and where we're going to see kind of breakthrough innovation happen, how should people think about observing that? Is there going to be a moment where it's like, oh my gosh, and we've had a, eureka moment, all of a sudden we can do things we can do differently than we did before, or is this going to be a very slow incremental process? I mean, talk to me through kind of the hurdles and where you all see the potential for solving some of those things and how that's going to look to outsiders.
Well, I'd say if you think about, I love the analogy of thinking about, what decade we're in, but even technology, I mean, look at the course that it's evolved, in the 60s at the early computers, no one imagined, like we'd be here on a video conference call talking through, the internet, like no one imagined that. And it's not something that just happened overnight in big waves. So it's an evolution. And I think you'll see the same thing in the healthcare space too. And I couldn't agree more with the comment about like how utterly complicated all of this is and how little we know about it. But you can see these recent advancements, or you can see these new technologies as kind of really promising visions of the future, and I see tremendous more of these coming.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. So in terms of the decade, I think we are definitely well into the 90s. We are at that like inflection point, not the small blips, but at the steep inflection point. And the thing that gets me excited is we're seeing impact now. If you talk to people 2-3 years ago, and Dave, I think will agree, there was a lot of aspiration of what data science could do or AI could do. Now it's happening. So it's going to be an evolution. A few examples where I think it's going to change a lot. One, in the whole space of early detection, right? We have algorithms where we have developed using commonly used procedures like ECG, where you can actually detect certain rare diseases several years in advance. Why is that important? You can't diagnose the patient. Even if you have the best medicines, you can't really make it better. And this is something that can happen passively, right? So you don't need new devices for it. And I think that, Drew, to your question about the obstacle, if you start to add new practices, we know how hard it is to add or build a new category. It is challenging, right? The other area I think you're going to see it make a huge difference is around digital endpoints. We talk about Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, talk about immunology. The way you figure out if somebody's getting better or worse is so subjective. Sometimes it's like a questionnaire. And we all know how much variability we have day in and day out. So using a lot of sensors, wearables to actually develop better endpoints to understand who's getting better versus not, huge push. If we have a phone that can do all of this, why can't we actually use it to assess if these medicines are making patients better? Or to Dave's point, who's responding better versus not? Again, to the point of precision medicine. And then the last thing, I think one of our biggest hurdles is going to be change. It's not just going to be the data science technical aspect of it. It's going to be the human element. A lot of people hear about AI and they think about it's going to replace or make somebody redundant, versus it's actually enhancing the many ways we can improve what we do today, the processes we have today. But then, getting clinicians to change, getting physicians to change, getting businesses to change and actually use it as part of their decision makings. I think that, I'll give you an example. When we talk about finding the right sites, we can find them. but the follow through to actually get people to open new sites in community clinics we have never been in before, where the patients actually exist, huge people change. It's changing hearts and minds. That's going to be one of our biggest hurdles.
We've got a question from the audience that I want to turn toward quickly in our last few minutes here, and then we'll jump in if we have some time with one or two others. I've got a question here about AI and bias, and I know I feel like everybody's heard a lot about a lot of the bias issues in AI related to identifying people and skin tone and things like that. In your specific fields, I mean, what are the bias problems that you all are trying to be aware of and conscious of or focusing on? I feel like every time, anytime you go further in any kind of, research or advancement, you're going to discover problems that you didn't know you had. So what are the kind of bias issues that you all are thinking about and trying to keep in mind as these technologies are being developed?
One thing I would say on the bias problem is that, obviously, algorithms are subject to bias, and they're based on the data that went into them and the people who built them and trained them for particular problems. And so they're kind of reflective of that underlying substrate that they're off of. And so it's difficult to completely eliminate bias. But what the value is you can actually make that bias fair. You can show it, you can see it, and you can try to minimize that, which is a little bit different from the bias that's all around in our healthcare, right now that we don't necessarily see. And there's documented, proof of, difference in treatments to patients on pain based on, racial diversity. A clinical trial example that was raised earlier is an excellent example where the diversity historically in clinical trials has been really low, and the drugs that are approved are not representative of our population. And so we're really proud of the work we've done as well in terms of leveraging AI algorithms to actually reverse these biases, right, and that are inherent in our system. So.
Yeah. I would say I totally agree. I mean, it's having a lot of rigor in the methodology and how you build AI algorithms is probably the most critical piece. There's a concept of data stewardship. What does that mean? Every single data set, at least on my team, when the team starts working on it, we look at the appropriate, distribution for socioeconomic, racial, even in terms of not just academic medical centers, you're getting it from community clinics. Now, nothing is perfect, so being transparent about the limitations of the data up front, super important. Then there's a piece around once the algorithm is developed, making sure you actually validate it across many different health systems. Drew, that does not happen enough. That takes work, it takes time, but it's actually the right thing to do because you make it generalizable. And then the third thing I'll say, once you deploy that algorithm, the work is not done. You have to see how it's being used, not just the algorithm itself, but the decisions that it's actually creating. And are those biased versus not? And I do think you can use AI for good. Like the clinical trial example, we in the model factored in diversity. And that's why we ended up going to places, 70-80% of the counties we went to had over-indexed on racial diversity. And we ended up with one of the most diverse trials for COVID-19. So all I'm trying to say is if you use the data the right way and you're really rigorous, you can and be transparent as to the limitation, that's what we need to do. But, the challenges with so much hype and the need for speed, there's a lot of work being done and all of them are not created equal. It only takes one bad example for the space to regress, for a new emerging space to regress. That's one of the things that keeps me up at night personally.
I think that last point there about monitoring the real life is just so important, right? You have to make sure that when this thing is real life in the world, is it making the decisions that you want it, right? Yeah. And it's the behaviors and outcomes what you expected. Absolutely. Yeah.
We have just about 10 seconds left, which unfortunately is not a time for another question, even though I'd love to keep going. I'm going to wrap it up here. Dave Johnson from Moderna, Najat Khan from J&J. I want to thank both of you so much for being with us today, and we'll hand it back over to the rest of the panels right now. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hi, this is welcome to Blockchain on the Supply Chain. My name is Lizette Chapman. I'm a technology reporter here at Bloomberg. And I just want to set the stage a little bit here as I introduce our fabulous panelists. We've got Ray Bajaj, the Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer for Cardinal Health. Ray, do you want to say hello?
Hello.
Tony Costa, who is the Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer for the Bumblebee Seafood Company. So
Good morning, Lizette. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, Tony. We're going to be talking today about the supply chain on the blockchain. Now, the supply chain has never been perfect, and certainly during the pandemic, it's shined a much harsher light on the cracks and the imperfections than ever existed before. And now, while we have a lot of technologies, and both of you have been using these in your companies for quite some time before this, and it has helped with having complete and accurate information. As we were talking earlier, no technology has held as much promise, perhaps, as the blockchain has for increasing efficiency, accountability, and transparency. So we're very fortunate to have this conversation with you today, talking about exactly how you're using this technology at both of your companies in two critical areas for our world, which are healthcare, with Cardinal Health, and food with Bumblebee Seafood Company. So perhaps we can just dive right in and start hearing first from you, Tony. How is Bumblebee Seafood Company using blockchain technology in your supply chain?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a really interesting use case. A couple of years ago, I was challenged to kind of get better visibility into our global supply chain for our frozen business. And so I took a 24-hour flight and a 2-hour ferry ride and went out to Indonesia and kind of went through the supply chain, and eventually figured out that we had an incredible opportunity to use the blockchain technology to trace our fish from catch to can and incorporate our entire supply chain through that process that has traditionally been pretty manual. And so we did a co-innovation project with SAP that ended up being really revolutionary for the industry, where we can literally track the fish from the can down to the fisher.
Wow, that's great explanation. Ray, can you share a little bit how you're using it there at Cardinal Health?
Yes. Good morning, Lizette, and nice to meet you, Tony. Let me talk about 3 use cases that we are leveraging blockchain technology, and we are seeing a lot of progress in adoption of blockchain. The first use case is around supply chain integrity, where we are identifying counterfeit and fraudulent medications in our supply chain. And not only we are weeding out, we are reporting it to our partners as well as to FDA. The second use case is around the finance of distribution business, where we are reimagining contracts management process. We are reimagining our chargeback process, and everything is built out of blockchain technology. It has implication to customer experience. It has implication to liquidity of our company. So that is a great use case where technology is turbocharging the reimagination of the business. And the third use case is around precision and personalized medicine. We run special supply chains that require temperature control, and chain of identity and chain of custody becomes very, very important to us. So blockchain is the area of interest in reimagining that process.
Okay. Well, this sounds great. And it sounds like this is something you have both invested in. Are there any downsides to investing in this? I mean, we have talked about what's the ROI on it? When did you first make the first investment? How has that evolved? And how much have you invested to date?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I don't know if there's so much downside as there's some challenges. And for us, if you take my example, from the moment the fish is caught it goes to the buyer, to the preprocessor, and to the finished goods, that whole entire supply chain, we don't own any part of it. Those are all relationships. And so for us, it was critically important for us to develop those relationships and then make sure that they understood the value proposition. So what traditionally had been, selling fish with a handshake and cash and paper, a paper trail, is now we've been able to kind of take that and put it on a digital twin to provide that technology throughout the entire supply chain. So for me, it's not so much a downside, but it's just a challenge of really explaining and getting the cooperation from our third-party partners to contribute the data and have the confidence that it's immutable and secure.
Yeah,
Has that conversation? Please, Ray.
So, Lisa, from our side, I will second what Tony was talking about. Any new technology comes with the risk. It's an emerging technology, and we partnered with a Bay Area startup, Chronicled, and we created our blockchain solution. How the solution is designed. Privacy becomes a very important issue for us. What data is going to be shared? What data set is going to be private? Who has access? Who will be invited to join the network? Become an important technology constraint when we were designing our system. And the key thing for us is adoption inside in the industry. And for that, we need to make sure that we are clearly articulating the value for all the industry participants on the technology platform, whether it is regulatory risk, operational efficiency, business process improvement, and the value has to be distributed across the network. I say this thing in many platforms that blockchain technology is like playing a team sport, and we are better together working in new ways.
Right. That's a great
analogy. If I could interject.
Please.
If I could interject one thing, because I thought Ray brought up a great point, and that is not only the relationships with the suppliers, but we partnered with the in-country NGOs, the Ministry of Fishery within Indonesia, USAID, to give that relationship even more credibility, to prove to the supply chain throughout, we're a global company, to let them know that, the privacy and the access and we leverage a secure blockchain throughout the entire process where we give access to that information to the individuals within the supply chain. So what had traditionally been a manual process, now for the first time, they have a digital record to go back and say, how much did we pay for this fish last week, last month, last year, and have better visibility into their own supply chains as well.
Right. That makes sense. Going back to the team sport analogy, and it only works if everyone buys in and works together on this. How has the conversation changed during the past year? Certainly, headlines have been filled with news about crypto breakthroughs and investing and certainly new innovations on the blockchain. Has this helped the conversation with some of the partners in nudging them over to accept this or to start new conversations with partners?
Let me go first on this one, Lizette. If you look at inside the pharmaceutical industry, there is a marquee legislation passed in 2013, which is Drug Supply Chain Security Act, and I will give a lot of credit to that regulation, where the acceleration and adoption of blockchain has increased because of that regulation. And it is 10 years. It's going to be 10 years from an implementation of that regulation. So that is one regulatory framework that is helping the acceleration of new technology incubation like blockchain. The second thing, what I'm going to say is the global pandemic. We are sitting in the center of healthcare supply chain, and we have a responsibility to make sure that our supply chain is resilient, and we are ensuring supplies to the front lines. These are personal protective equipment. We need to innovate faster. We need to onboard the suppliers faster. We need to get new routes, new backup lines. And for that, we need an architecture that is real-time and intelligent. And unfortunately, our architecture, that is built, it is on patchwork of legacy technologies. So the pandemic is a great force for change and innovation. And the last thing I'm going to say is there are some industry forces that we are seeing in pharmaceutical industry, which is track and trace. That US system is built on track and trace, and there will be a point in time in future where there is going to be complete visibility, end-to-end visibility across the supply chain soon.
That's good. Tony, I saw you nodding your head during a couple of the points Ray was making. Do you want to jump in?
I do. Ray brought up a couple great points. One, pandemic, and then governance. Obviously, we all face the challenges of the pandemic, and I've been doing in consumer goods for over 30 years in my career, and I've never seen a more fast SKU rationalization project in my entire life. So we were forced as a company to really look hard at our supply chain and our ability to continue the velocity of product on the shelf. And so with the pandemic, luckily we had launched and implemented our blockchain in early 2019. And now more than ever, people want transparency. They want to know where their fish came from. They want to know it's safe, it's sustainably caught, and all the above. So, from a pandemic perspective, it did force us to really take a hard look at our supply chain, our business processes, and how we went to market and going forward. On the flip side, when you talk about industry governance, we are a part of a cross-functional interoperability team looking at and led by GS1 for global standards around how you share information, you collect information. We did a really innovative collaboration with many of the leading technology firms to figure out how do we do blockchain interoperability, because there's only so many ways that you can catch a fish and deliver that to a consumer, and we're doing many of the same things. But driving those standards and alignment and adhering to those are critically important to adoption going forward.
Got it. Can we go back to what you said about industry standards and regulation? Are there certain guidelines that you would like to see adopted that would make your lives easier, that would smooth out some of these bumps?
Well, we already are enforced by the FDA on how we import product and fish. There's a simple import monitoring process that we've actually automated through our blockchain. FDA came out with the Rule 204 that we're starting to adopt and everybody adheres to. So there's a lot of industry, regulations already in place, and Ray touched upon some of those on the healthcare side. But it's really, how do we drive the data standardization across how we capture master data and manage that and use it consistently throughout the industry. I think that's a critical part going forward.
Right. I saw Ray nod his head when you said data standardization. How is that playing out within Cardinal Health and some of the initiatives you're doing? Maybe you could talk about how this was used during the pandemic with the distribution of PPE and other things.
Yeah. So before I talk about the PPE, let me underline we are in a regulated industry, and a Drug Supply Chain Security Act is gonna evolve over a period of time. It does not cover all the pharmaceuticals, but a different class of trade will be covered in the future. Maybe infusion drugs, maybe medical devices. It goes to a granularity at a lot level. Maybe in future it's going to go to a unit level. So we as an organization needs to continue to evolve our technology and architecture so that we can keep in pace with the regulation. So that is part number one. Part number two is what we are very much interested in is a legislative action that is happening in the state of California, as well as in Arizona and Nevada around smart contracts. When smart contracts get a legal tender, you will see the skyrocketing of adoption of smart contracts. And we have so many use cases inside Cardinal Health where we want to unlock payment transactions using smart contracts. And also from a data interoperability, this has been a key barrier for us, because if you look at pharmaceutical supply chain, you have manufacturer, you have distributor like Cardinal Health, you have group purchasing organizations, and then you have dispensers. Everybody have their own systems, and system interoperability and data interoperability becomes a key issue. And that is what we are trying to solve with this blockchain, which is the plumbing of how data interoperability is going to happen across the different businesses.
That makes sense.
If I can add just one more point, sorry. I think the challenge is that the standards are behind the technology and the acceleration of technology. And Ray brought up smart contracts and a variety of different things. You're going to see these platforms from a technology perspective to enhance and deploy a lot quicker and the capabilities. They're really, the technology partners have done a great job putting these into, packages that you can implement fairly quickly. But the standards in and of themselves, and we worked again a lot with many of the industry leaders around defining the events from the time you catch a fish to you sell it and process it, and all the key data elements and all those kind of things. It's not that complicated, but driving standardization and getting everybody to agree tends to be a little bit of a challenge.
Do you think this is an opportunity for the federal government to step up rather than wait for the different states that you had mentioned earlier?
I'm not sure how much I can say, but we're working with the federal government. We're working with, we just had a meeting this week with one of the key agencies that wanted to understand, the interoperability project that we're participating on, and how can they leverage that from a private sector to bring to the government sector and share in learnings, and that we can, bring those both to the market at the same time, because we're, as I mentioned before, we still have, customs and regulations and different things that we have to evolve. And it's a great partnership if you're working with the government to help define those standards from a private industry, because it is a little different. And I think we both have a lot to bring to the table when we're sharing those experiences for, the long-term success of this platform.
What do you think, Ray? It's time for the feds to step up and help in this area?
I think the feds is going to be looking at first what states are doing, and there is already some legislative action that is happening in some states that I talked about. And once we get the legislation right in some of those states, there's going to be early adoption of the use cases. And then we are part of a MediLedger project where we have distributors, we have pharmaceutical companies, we have group purchasing organizations, and we are working on what are the legislative actions that we need to create so that we can create this incubation, so that we can create technology modernization. One area that we are lacking behind is the business to business transactions have to be real time and intelligent. And we need an architecture to make these transactions real time and intelligent.
Looks like we've got time for maybe one more question, and then I guess it's going to be open to some audience questions as well. Kind of going off what you just said, Ray, about where you see this going, is there a specific future use case that really excites the team internally in terms of where you could see this going? What would be your dream use case?
If you look at my dream use case, Lizard, I'm going to be talking about supply chain, visibility, end-to-end transparency between the supplier, between the manufacturer, distributor, as well as dispenser. There needs to be a national track and trace system that is built over blockchain technology powered by IoT that will help us with the vision of real-time, intelligent, as well as completely automated. And it's going to be better for end consumers as well, so that they can get the provenance of all the transactions that are flowing through the supply chain.
Okay.
Excellent.
What about same question for you, Tony?
I agree with a lot of what Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Ray was saying. From our perspective, we're just scratching the surface of the capabilities of what we're implementing. For example, we test all the fish that we produce, and all of those lab results they're on our blockchain. And so being able to extend some of that to the, more to our buyers and retailers, we don't think the consumer in and of themselves will want to see the test results. They're very, detailed and complicated. But, things like that, as well as we're continuing to work with administrative industries or fisheries in Indonesia on how do we get technology farther back into the supply chain. For our example, we work with handline caught fish out of Indonesia. They go out in these 25-foot skips, and they'll go 5, 7, 8 miles out, and they will hand catch tuna. And that's what's brought in, that we buy, and it's all fair trade or MSC certified and all these kind of things. But how do we get technology back to the fisher in those small villages in remote islands of Indonesia? And I got one anecdotal story. We went and did we filmed a documentary on our project, and we're sitting there. And as a technology leader, I'm always hesitant going to these third world countries to overextend technology. And we're there on the shores, and I look over, and I promise you, there's about a 10-year-old boy and girl. They both have Samsung tablets sitting there on the shore doing whatever they're doing. So the technology is there, and we need to figure out how to extend that to drive, efficiency wherever we can take advantage of that.
That's a great example. Do you see, kind of extending that a bit, do you see cost savings from this, kind of extending down the line? How will that play out for consumers at the end of the chain, so to speak?
I'll go first, Ray, just real quickly. I think for us, it's a competitive advantage because we're doing a lot of things that a lot of our competition is not doing. We're providing that level of transparency that's really innovative. We're making investments in these platforms because it's the right thing to do as a company. Our motto is we feed people's lives through the power of the ocean, and so we have to be good stewards of the environment and the ocean and things. So for us, the investments have been kind of a part of doing business and making sure that we're being good stewards of the environment.
Right.
Yeah. So, Liza, for us, as I talked about, the finance side of distribution, contracts management, if we double click that use case, industry average, there is 4 percentage points. There's a leakage, revenue leakage in the industry. And we are maniacally focused on implementing this technology so that we can reduce the revenue leakage. And we are very, very confident that every party in the transaction will benefit, and the benefit will be seen by our end consumer as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So do you see your companies decreasing, maintaining, or increasing investment in this over the next, let's say, 2 to 3 years?
I'm going to go quickly. We are all in, and we have a great partnership inside pharmaceutical industry. And we are on our digital transformation journey, and blockchain becomes the platform where we can reimagine our business processes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would tell you the rest of the industry will follow fairly quickly because it is a use case that's important to the consumer and to the retailers. They want to know, they want full transparency and traceability of where their food comes from. And it's just not in seafood. You'll see it in all the different food categories as well.
Right. This has been fabulous, both of you. You've really, I think, outlined some really clear ways that you're using it and will in the future. Any final comments? Any final thoughts?
I think go ahead.
I just think it's an exciting platform that you're seeing a lot of adoption, and you'll continue to see more adoption in the future.
Yeah, and I will say that, let's leverage this technology. It is not a panacea, but it gives us the platform where, we can transform our business.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining. Wonderful, wonderful conversation. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be joined today by Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, who's had a very busy week with the tornadoes and the tragic loss of life in the Midwest, but who's here to talk to us about another part of his docket, protecting the country from cyber attack. Thank you for joining us, Secretary Mayorkas.
My pleasure to be here, Brad. Thank you.
Well, let's start with some news that your department is making this week, offering a bug bounty program to identify potential cybersecurity vulnerabilities within DH systems. You're calling it Hack DHS. So tell us why you're doing it and how much hackers can count on the department to fix the bugs that they find, and frankly, kind of how much money you're putting up against this program.
So, Brad, this is a really important program and one we're very excited about. Of course, we're focused not only on protecting and enhancing the cybersecurity of the private sector and of the federal government writ large, but of course, we as a department have to lead by example. And so what we are very focused on is identifying vulnerabilities and addressing or remediating those vulnerabilities. So Hack DHS is a bug bounty program. We're going to be paying between $500 and $5,000, depending on the gravity of the vulnerability, the impact that remediation will have. And so it's a scalable amount of money, but we consider that quite significant. We are going to be verifying the vulnerability within 48 hours and remediating it within either 15 days or, if its complexity so requires, our systems will be required to develop a plan for remediation within that 15-day period. We're really investing a great deal of money as well as attention and focus on this program, the Hack DHS program.
And you've talked about this program occurring throughout fiscal year 2022. Do you see this lasting through different Congresses and presidential administrations?
So, of course, that is going to be up to a new administration, but our focus right now is on this current period. And we're going to see what we learn from it, what values we draw from it. And if, in fact, the value proposition so warrants, we will continue the program for as long as we can.
Okay, Secretary, you were here in my hometown, the Bay Area, last week, meeting with companies like Google and Juniper. The meetings were described as kind of a charm offensive, taking what had been a partnership and moving it into more of an operational collaboration with Silicon Valley. What exactly does that mean? And I guess, frankly, why hasn't there already been an operational collaboration with some of the companies who are on the front line of this very fraught cybersecurity environment right now?
So, Brad, I think there has been an operational collaboration, but we want to take it to a really unprecedented level. I think everyone, all of our listeners know very well that cybersecurity is not something that can be accomplished alone, but needs to be accomplished in partnership. The federal government can't do it alone. State and local governments can't do it by themselves. This requires a public-private collaboration. There's been a tremendous focus on information sharing, which of course continues, but we also want, as you identify, we want to focus on operational collaboration as well as the exchange of information and intelligence. And so we are traveling around the country to communicate the different mechanisms that we're going to employ to achieve that. And one of them, under Jen Easterly's leadership, the director of CISA, is the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, the JCDC, which is a mechanism to really achieve that operational collaboration.
Did you take away a particular message from your meeting with companies in Silicon Valley? They've been right in the thick of things. Just the onslaught of hacks and ransomware cases, particularly in 2021. What was the message that they were delivering to you?
I think a few things. Number one is the value proposition. I refer to this repeatedly, which is we in the federal government need to do a better job of communicating the information that we have. It cannot be in a vacuum. Context is very important. Trend analyses are important, not just information sharing, but intelligence sharing. I think that is one theme that we heard throughout. And also with respect to the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, let us succeed ably with a defined group of companies on the front line, and then we will cascade the model to really spread out throughout different levels of industry, small, medium-sized businesses as well.
So, Secretary, I run the technology coverage at Bloomberg News, and our heads were really spinning last year with the volume and the velocity of hacks and particularly ransomware attacks. It was primarily the first half of this year. Is there a case to be made, even in the data, that the ransomware kind of epic is maybe slowing down a little bit, that we have some kind of grip on the problem?
I'd be so excited to be able to answer that question in the affirmative and say yes. But I don't think we're there yet. You correctly note that ransomware, the amount of ransomware attacks really exploded, a 300% increase, quite frankly. I think that some of the major players we haven't seen as active as previously. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have gone away, that we've defeated them. They very well might have hit the pause button. I think that we cannot be in a position of relaxing our focus and our efforts in this regard. Vigilance has to remain at an incredibly high level.
Is there any talk on the federal level of providing anti-ransomware technologies to infrastructure providers in the same way as DHS might provide election protection technologies to voting companies?
So we're very focused on critical infrastructure for all the reasons that everyone can well understand. The model of strengthening critical infrastructure is really dependent on the particular sector. And there are different capabilities, there are different needs. It's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all, but we are going sector by sector. Some have seen our regulatory authorities exercise in unprecedented ways. The pipeline sector following Colonial Pipeline and TSA, the Transportation Security Administration's promulgation of security directives in that specific area. We're going sector by sector with great rapidity, but I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all.
Okay, well, let's talk about one of those sectors, the federal agencies. Can you talk about whether enhanced protections, what protections you're providing to federal agencies, particularly in the wake of SolarWinds earlier this year? What has been done and perhaps what's in the works?
Let me give a perfect example of one thing that has been done, because when we identify a vulnerability that impacts all of us, we have the authority here in the Department of Homeland Security. Either I do as a secretary, or CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, has the authority independently, collaboratively, of course, to issue a binding operational directive, which essentially directs federal departments and agencies to take certain cybersecurity measures and implement certain corrective actions. And that is a tool that we have employed.
And do you have the sense that the private sector has improved their cyber defenses in the last year or two, just given the volume and severity of attacks? How much has been done? How much would you still like to see accomplished?
I think we've made strides. I think we have a long ways to go, just quite candidly, in two different ways. One is raising awareness. The big companies, the sophisticated companies, spend a great deal of money on cybersecurity. They understand the threat landscape, understand what they need to do, and very well understand that it's a C-suite issue. Others don't have that same level of awareness. And then once we establish, we sort of table set with respect to the awareness issue, then we have the capabilities question. And are companies appropriately resourced to take the measures that they need to take? And so much of it, it's one thing that I heard in Silicon Valley, it was a very interesting perspective, that so much of it is actually quite accessible, that it's the basic blocking and tackling, the segmentation of systems, backups, training of personnel. Those are quite accessible. And then we get to more sophisticated levels that require greater investments of resources. But we've got to do that blocking and tackling across the board. And we're very focused on that.
And so President Biden appointed you to the role earlier this year in February. What do you see as your role in raising the awareness? I know you've described the department as the quarterback of the federal government's cybersecurity strategy.
So I think CISA is doing a phenomenal job. We've just got a phenomenal team there and throughout the department. And so the CISA is indeed the quarterback for the federal government. But I do have a platform, and I use that platform to visit the Bay Area, to visit other parts of the country, to work with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and other chambers of commerce's, Small Business Administration, to communicate with Isabel Guzman, its leader, the importance of small businesses of cybersecurity. We say we're only as strong as our weakest link, and so this is an all-in proposition.
So we're talking about preparing for the threat and protecting against the threat. But of course, the other leg of the stool is addressing actually the source of the threat. And of course, there's an Israeli company called the NSO Group. It's very well known for creating a piece of spyware called Pegasus. Bloomberg News reported yesterday that the NSO Group, which has been blacklisted by, I think, the Department of Commerce, was considering maybe selling the unit or shutting it down altogether. What have you heard in that respect? And what can you tell us maybe about the effectiveness of that strategy, basically banning programs that are being used to, conduct these cyber attacks?
So I've heard the reports of a potential sale. I obviously can't comment on a particular transaction and don't know the facts in reality. But let me say this, that technological innovation and the role of private companies in innovating is something that we can and need to harness. At the same time, the technological innovations must adhere to our values and principles in the cyber environment and more broadly. And that is going to be a requirement in order for those technologies to really take hold and for us to countenance them.
Well, one reason why those technologies are so omnipresent and productive is because there's a huge market for them. So are you optimistic at all about slowing down the growth of this market, trying to tamp down some of the demand for spyware programs like Pegasus?
I think what we're very focused on is making sure that this industry has integrity and that the technological innovations that are indeed developed hew to our requirements. And those, I'm not speaking of technical requirements, I'm talking about requirements of character, of principle. The cybersecurity landscape is so extraordinarily dynamic. It's critically important that we continue to build a foundation of integrity. That is what is going to define, I think, in different ways, the security of our future.
Well, the challenge, of course, is that there are a lot of places in the world who define those values and concepts like integrity very differently. So where are the limits to your authority? I mean, when there are countries on the other side of the world whose companies are developing technology like spyware, ultimately, what are the best tools available to the federal government?
So, this is the importance of leadership. Leadership in the world. I think Dmitry Alperovitch, obviously a thought leader and an innovator in this space, spoke about the fact that we have to look at the cybersecurity issues not necessarily exclusively in the context of cybersecurity, but in the broader geopolitical context. When we're speaking of cybercrime emanating from within the boundaries of Russia or China or Iran, is it a cybersecurity issue or is it a Russia, China, and Iran issue? And I think that aperture is spot on. And so we, under President Biden's leadership, do have an important voice, do have authority and power behind that voice, looking at it in the broader relationships with other countries.
Let's pivot a little bit and talk a little bit about misinformation. Do you consider that part of your mandate at DHS, and how much resources are you devoting to fighting misinformation, such as election falsehoods or COVID disinformation?
I think that's very much within our domain. Misinformation, pointedly disinformation, have very serious and significant ramifications for Homeland Security. The integrity of our election system, the security of our election system is a prime example of that. And so our Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans under Rob Silver's leadership, CISA under Jen Easterly's leadership, John Cohen leading the Office of Intelligence and Analysis in an acting capacity, Samantha Vinograd, a senior counselor to the Secretary, and our acting Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism. These are individuals very much involved in their respective workforces, very much involved in addressing misinformation, disinformation, and the threats that they pose to the homeland.
I know you've been doing this a long time. Personally, do you ever get, do you ever get upset by just the ubiquity of falsehoods and myth in our public dialogue these days, and the ease with which they are transported across social media and the internet?
I do. I think that false narratives present a threat to our security. The propagation of false narratives is something to be condemned. We need our leaders to step up and fight against it, because the words of leaders, they matter quite a bit. They can be very influential in the public discourse. The Department of Homeland Security, our work rests often at the epicenter of the country's divide, and the country's divide is something that has security implications, and it's also very saddening. Last week I was privileged to attend the memorial service for Bob Dole, one of our nation's great leaders and great public servants and heroes. And it spoke of a different time. It spoke of a time when people could disagree on policy and still work together in the service of a country that we all love. And I am, and so many others are working to renew that day.
And when you talk about leaders who should be held to a higher standard, do you include Silicon Valley and other technology CEOs? Would you like to see private industry do more to combat misinformation?
So I think they're very committed to doing so. I had very robust discussions with individuals. The how to accomplish it is something that is not easily navigated. We recognize that. The First Amendment concerns are extraordinarily important. It's a founding principle of our country. I think they're very dedicated to doing so. And I think the how to and how we can work together with them is not so facile. And I think we're all working through it.
I'd like to squeeze one last question in as we run out of time. Can you discuss DHS's use of facial recognition technology, and what threat do you think the widespread use of this technology poses to privacy and security?
So one of the things that distinguishes our department is that we have a statutorily created Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties and one Office of Privacy. And they are around the leadership table with me and all of the component departments, agencies working on facial recognition and so many other efforts within our portfolio. The advantages of facial recognition are extraordinary in facilitating, for example, lawful travel while maintaining our security imperative and fulfilling that imperative. We're very well aware of the downsides of facial recognition, issues of implicit bias and other concerns, but we have a responsibility to tackle those concerns, to address them satisfactorily, and really achieve the potential that such technological innovation presents, and it certainly does.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. We'll have to leave it there. Thanks for joining us on a busy week.
My privilege. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a distinguished panel of venture capitalists today who are going to help us understand their investments and their outlook. So in first name alphabetical order, we have David Sachs, who's the general partner at Craft Ventures, which he founded in 2017. David was also the COO of PayPal and the founder of Yammer. His investments include Facebook, Uber, SpaceX, and Palantir. We have Dina Shakir, who's a partner at Lux Ventures, where she's known for investments in Maven Clinic, Steady, MD, and Aiden. Previously, she worked at Google and GV, Alphabet's venture arm, and at the State Department under Hillary Clinton. And we have Gary Tan, who's the co-founder of Initialized Capital, which has already been in the news today for raising 2 new funds of $700 million. Congratulations, Gary. You can read all about it on Bloomberg. And he created blogging platform Posterous, which was sold to Twitter. And Gary's a former partner at Y Combinator. And Pat Grady is a longtime partner at Sequoia Capital, which, as you all know, is behind many of the biggest Silicon Valley success stories. When you hear about IPOs of companies like Sumo Logic and Snowflake, those were Pat's investments. He's also a backer of a service that got us all through the pandemic, Zoom. So let's kick it off. I was thinking about how tech this year, despite getting us through the pandemic, has also been blamed for everything that's wrong with society. So tech has ruined democracy and erased privacy and created all kinds of economic inequality. So what are all of you doing to help redeem tech? David, maybe we'll kick off with you.
Yeah, I sort of don't agree with the premise of the question. I think that it's true that there is a lot of resentment towards tech, but I think that a lot of this is largely a media-created narrative, and I think there's a lot of resentment on the part of traditional media towards social networking and technology because social networking has disrupted and disintermediated traditional media. So the traditional media, I think, would love to see social networking, social media reined in to a much greater degree than it needs to. So I think I disagree with the premise of the question to a certain extent, but the part that I agree with is I do think that big tech has necessarily caused a lot of resentment in the country by virtue of the way that it's censored and limited the freedom of expression in a very one-sided way of the debate. Basically, these big tech platforms claim they always claimed that they were going to be neutral platforms and neutral arbiters and not involve themselves in political debates. And what's happened is that they've really become very partisan in the way they enforce their content moderation and speech rules. And so as a result of that, half the country doesn't trust them anymore. And so I think that's the sense in which big tech does need to redeem itself, is I think they need to start acting more like umpires and less like partisans. But I don't think that if you compare tech companies to anything else in the country, that they're somehow more evil or more broken than lots of other things.
Okay, point taken. So the media does rag on big tech a lot, but then we also have some severe problems like the disinformation you just referred to that seem to be exacerbated at the very least by big tech. So, Dina, what do you think about
disinformation? I mean, what is disinformation? I mean, there is no like truth API that we could just plug in to social networks. So truth is really in the eye of the beholder. And what you're talking about when you say that social networks have to stamp out all disinformation, what you're doing is giving them a license to censor, because we can't all agree on what the truth is. And so what you see is what these social networks are doing right now is they're fact checking or censoring or deplatforming in a highly partisan way. I mean, I could point to a lot of tweets that were simply inaccurate and they never get taken down. I mean, you have this whole, there's been like one hoax after another related to, say, like ivermectin in Oklahoma, the Rolling Stone story. And there's like so many that you could point to, and they're never taken down. The enforcement tends to be very one-sided. So, this idea of disinformation, it's a very tricky idea. I mean, I think the part that I agree with is that if somebody is not who they're pretending to be online, if they're inauthentic, if they're essentially committing fraud, that absolutely can and should be taken down. But if what we're talking about are simple disagreements about what the truth is, I think you really open a can of worms by giving these companies the power and license to engage in censorship. And I think it's exacerbated. Sorry.
No, I was
Crypto solves this, by the way.
From what you're saying. What was that, Gary?
Crypto solves this, by the way. Decentralization is the opposite.
Yeah.
Obviously, centralization.
I was going to ask, are we at a point where we're kind of working through these issues and this tension between giving big tech too much power over, which, as you say, David, could lead to censorship, but also we don't want people just to be able to spread crazy ideas very easily as they can now through social networks. Maybe we're at the worst of this now, and this problem, maybe somebody will create a truth algorithm, or there'll be some mechanism where this can be sorted out and people might look back on this era as the worst, or maybe it'll get even worse from here. Who knows? Gary, it sounds like you have some thoughts on this.
Oh, I mean, on my end, I just really think that technology is sort of, it's not immoral, it's merely amoral. It's humans who have to have the morality and the decency of creating things for our fellow humans. And to me, tech is the thing that sort of pushes forward all of society. I mean, I grew up sometimes food insecure, the child of Chinese immigrants, and it was the Bay Area that came and made a place for me to be able to learn how to code, to be able to create something that could have touched 1 billion people. And today, the people here on this panel, like, that's our duty actually as venture capitalists. Like, people love to say that venture capital is this or that, or we're being vilified. But, fundamentally what I still believe is that technology can be built by anyone, and we're here to give them capital to do it. And that is, and can be, and should be, and will be a very big tent idea, and I see it right now. People look at getting to $100 billion a year in venture capital per year. I think in another 10 years, it'll be $1 trillion. And what you will find is that the YC batches really will get to 1,000 or 10,000 companies a batch. And we will go out there and recreate the society by solving problems, not just by technology, but also by creating better organizations. And, all of the things you talk about with tech, they're really just early manifestations of what will be, right? Like, decentralization can solve the things that David is decrying right now. Centralization is a problem. Like, we shouldn't be, centralization is totalitarian, but I think that embedded in cryptocurrency is actually, and the pure wonder of the internet, right, is actually, that embedded in that is, actually freedom. And, I think that that's very much something that all of us would like to fund.
And Sarah, I would just add to that, I think historically there has always been, throughout, since the dawn of humanity, distrust around technological innovation, whether it was the invention of the printing press or, the Industrial Revolution. There are, so many examples in history. But when we talk about tech today, we're not talking about a separate sector anymore. We are talking about the way that virtually everything is done. There are nearly 5 billion people on the internet. This is an era of abundance. Technology permeates everything from the hallowed halls of government to the way that retail is administered in brick and mortar. And so I do think there is a bit of an oversimplification and vilification around this notion of tech, which is really just the way the world operates, for the most part these days.
Pat, what's Sequoia doing to restore the injustices done to the reputation of technology?
First, I'd echo some of what everybody else was saying, which is the world has never created a more efficient mechanism for turning big ideas into lasting positive change than a startup. A startup is the thing that moves the ball forward for society as a whole, that increases the size of the pie for society as a whole. Now, that being said, technology is complex. Technology ecosystems develop at a very fast pace. And so there are always unintended consequences, and there's always collateral damage. And so the specific thing that we do at Sequoia, we're incredibly selective about where our money comes from. Our money comes from what we call great causes. So to give you an example, the Ford Foundation. The Ford Foundation is investing hundreds of millions of dollars every year in fixing democracy, literally in fixing democracy and solving these specific problems that we were just talking about. They also do quite a bit of work on wealth inequality. We also have quite a bit of money from organizations that focus on medical research. And so when a Sequoia investment makes money, the vast majority of that goes to great causes. That is the thing that we were doing to try to fix this.
Well put. And then to switch gears for a minute, I was thinking about how when the pandemic started, a lot of people were predicting a very bad outcome for the economy and for tech stocks in particular. And actually, the economy itself seems to be doing well again. But now we're in a situation where big tech stocks are wobbling. I saw a report this morning that the richest American billionaires had sold 40 billion worth of shares so far this year, double what they sold last year. Just seems like the outcomes for a lot of startups might be different than what we were looking at a year ago. Has the black swan moment that a lot of people were predicting for the start of the pandemic just been delayed, and is it coming now? What's the future going to look like for some of these startups that might have had excellent exits until recently? Gary, I'll let you take that one.
Well, for us, we really want to stay very, very early. We were the very first investors in a company called Coinbase, for instance, with Brian Armstrong being a single person just writing code, trying to figure out, reading the Satoshi Nakamoto white paper and figuring out we need to make a GitHub, a centralized sort of cloud solution to allow people to even have wallets, period, as an on-ramp to true decentralization. And so when you talk about people who are just starting out from nothing, sort of what happens in the public markets basically doesn't matter, because what's happening at the very, very early stage and throughout that journey is that it is sort of 10,000 steps. And I think when you fund things that early, we have to continue to invest both in good times and lean times. And even Sequoia is, sort of, it's been amazing that, for instance, their constancy around the Y Combinator community, got them into Airbnb in 2008, 2009, which was right after the RIP Good Times. And so to me, that is the best indicator of, we need to continue to fund, in good times and lean times, no matter what, because this whole tent is going to continue to grow. And I think technology is just starting to have its impact. It's actually accelerating from here. And the number one thing I want people to know is that there's a place for them. If you can code, if you can design, if you can create products for other people, it's entering into all the other parts of GDP. it's amazing to me. But like digital healthcare, for instance, healthcare is one of the largest markets in the world, but only now is it starting to see the fruits of software engineers and designers, and not just that, also true scientists coming in and shaking things up, and that is actually empowered by lowered cost of capital. So low cost of capital for people who can create things from nothing, that is the most powerful and the best time ever. And the only thing that's tough is hiring.
So are VCs going to keep paying these blockbuster prices? How will this current market affect valuations of startups? David, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the crash is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. I think the reality is that something has changed in the markets. If you look at growth stocks in particular, they're down anywhere from 30 to 50% since the high on November 8th. What changed? Starting at the beginning of November, you had some very hawkish. Well, first you had inflation. The print on inflation was much higher than expected. It was something like 5.1% this summer. The official consensus view was that was transitory. Then it went to 6.2%. Then more recently it was 6.8%. So you've had this huge spike in inflation, and then you've seen a much more hawkish stance by the Fed, indicating they're going to raise interest rates. So as a result of that, the public markets have been correcting for the last 5 weeks, and in particular, any growth stocks in the crypto markets, anything with that sort of long dated has seen the greatest correction. So I do think we are going into a different environment. I think it's hard to say exactly where we go from here. I think there's sort of two possibilities. One is that this is a one-time correction and reset of valuations, and then things kind of keep going back up and to the right. The other possibility is that we're actually in for some sort of more protracted slide, because really over the last 20 years or so, we've been in a declining interest rate environment. We haven't really been in an increasing interest rate environment for a long time. And if we're headed into one of those and the interest rate increases, again, it's protracted, that could create a pretty negative environment for growth stocks. I think Gary is right that being early stage investors, we're very insulated from what happens in the public markets, but we're not completely insulated. Ultimately, there's a trickle down effect where the growth stage kind of crossover investors, their models are based on comps in the public markets. So those growth valuations are going to come down, and then that will eventually trickle down to the Series A and even seed stage. So I think we could be in for I don't know if it's like a rest in peace, good times type scenario, but I think we're in for a correction or downturn or bear market that we haven't seen in a while. And I think founders need to be aware of that. I would say that if you've got a term sheet outstanding, I would close that money very quickly, because I think that venture markets are in the process of trying to find a new level and based on what's happened in the markets. And I don't think that process is quite over yet.
Sarah, I'll add to that a little bit. Yeah, I'll add to that a little bit. I think that was well said by David. We have an expression at Sequoia, which is when you think about a PE ratio, focus on the E, not on the P, meaning focus on the earnings power of the business or the earnings potential of the business, not on the multiple at which that trades, not on the prices, which are determined independent of you. It's determined by macroeconomic variables like interest rates and other things that are out of your control. And so when we look at the earnings power of the businesses that are being created today, there are actually some very interesting things happening, more so than a few years ago. So the last 15 years or so, we've been propelled by the cloud and mobile transition. That's fairly mature from a venture capital standpoint. So a lot of the category champions have been crowned. But the question then is, what is the next 15 years? And there seem to be two answers emerging or coming into focus. One is crypto. And on the crypto side of things, I don't think we have had our Netscape moment. I don't think that we have had the triggering event that causes a Cambrian explosion of interesting applications to take shape. And so I believe, and we believe, that our best days have yet to come in the world of crypto. That's trend number one. Trend number two, the result of this cloud and mobile transition is an enormous amount of data that people can now do interesting things with. And so if the last 15 years was the transition from on-prem to cloud in the software world, the next 15 years is the transition from dumb to smart. Instead of just reporting the news, software will be able to make the news. Software will actually do your work on your behalf. And we're starting to see some very interesting examples of that emerge.
Great. I'd actually like to put a placeholder in the crypto discussion, but first, Dina, I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the most underinvested sector in startups right now, where people will look back in 5 years and say, oh, I wish I'd paid more attention to? What do you think people should be at?
I've been a loud and proud proponent that within healthcare, within digital health, that women's health in particular has been largely underinvested in. I'm a proud investor in Maven Clinic, along with the Sequoia team and others, which was really a watershed moment for the industry. And now with Build Back Better, there will be $3 billion invested into maternal health. But these categories that have been relegated to niche, largely, due to a number of factors, ranging from the dollars that went into the early stage R&D to the composition of the investors around the table that were making these decisions, has contributed to a lack of innovation that is affecting not only family health across the board, but societal productivity and our economic kind of well-being. So I think that will be an area where there's still a ton of room for innovation, with trailblazers like Maven leading the way.
Great. Any of you others have some sectors that you'd like to highlight that you think are underinvested right now? You're in a ton of different areas.
I think sometimes the most interesting things are hiding in plain sight. And while SaaS has become a public market consensus favorite, it has started to become somewhat underlooked in the venture capital world. And we think this is actually the best time to go start a SaaS company, because a lot of what we've seen the last 10 years or so was a lift and shift of on-prem to cloud. And a lot of what we're starting to see now is things that have been fundamentally reimagined, taking advantage of all the benefits of the cloud. And I would give Notion as a canonical example of that. The G Suite was a lift and shift of the Microsoft Office suite. Notion has reimagined what productivity can mean in a cloud-native environment. We think we'll see more of those.
Great. And Pat, you've been talking about crypto. I'd love to get the other panelists' take on where are we in crypto? Is crypto, should we be thinking of crypto? I mean, you said crypto hadn't had its Netscape moment yet. Should we be thinking, is crypto kind of where the internet was in the mid-90s, or is that even the right comparison? Should we be thinking of crypto as like the dollar in the 1950s? Where are we in this trajectory? David, maybe you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the hard thing about crypto is, I think there's no question that it's an area of tremendous innovation, and I think there will be a lot of great things to come in the area of decentralized finance. There's been so little innovation in the world of the traditional world of finance over the last few decades that crypto is really an opportunity to disrupt all of that on a scale that we've never seen before. So it's very positive. I think the hard thing about crypto is that it's traded 24/7. And so just because we're bullish about the crypto space in general doesn't tell you anything about what the price level should be. And normally when people are asking you that question, what you think about crypto, they're really asking you should I be buying, cryptocurrency XYZ? And I've always had a hard time answering that question. I'm not like a day trader, and actually, so the thing we did back in 2017 is we saw these crypto markets going 24/7. There are now, a growing number of cryptocurrencies, hundreds of them, and it was causing us actually a lot of brain damage to be thinking about what crypto prices should be. And so, Multicoin Capital came around. So, Kyle and Tushar, they were founding their firm, and we actually made a founder bet on them that they would figure out this 24/7 traded world. And so anyway, that's turned out to be a great investment for us. I'm just kind of a boring old SaaS investor. And like Pat said, we see a lot of opportunity there. And, I feel like trying to figure out the world of crypto, it's something where if you're not going to do it full-time or almost full-time, I feel like it causes a lot of brain damage, and I'd rather just invest in the multi-coin guys to figure this out for me.
Gary, you backed Coinbase back in 2012. So leaving aside David's vast understatements of his own investing prowess, what do you think about crypto? Where are we in its trajectory? And how should startups be thinking about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that we're certainly in sort of a, someplace between 1993 and 1995 sort of moment in that literally on-ramps are still being developed. I mean, we're super proud of our investment in Coinbase. They're going to continue to sort of grow into, a lot of people look at that as, just a trading platform, but actually you should probably think of it more like Amazon Web Services. It's actually sort of the defining tech platform to actually hire and build the infrastructure to get there. And we don't really have quite the right on-ramps yet. It still costs several $100s in gas fees to confirm a transaction on the Ethereum blockchain, which is the biggest and sort of the most used smart contract blockchain out there. So it's so early, things are so expensive, and we're still stuck with 640K right now. It's like we're in DOS 3.0 land or something. It's just so early that, and I think the way that you really should think about it is follow the builders, find the engineers, find, people who are sort of building the true infrastructure. And if they're, truly earnest about building and, not about a cash grab, that's something that we've learned through multiple cycles at this point. If someone is, it's almost like the sword and the stone, honestly. If you are pure of heart, you will be able to extract the sword from the stone. And, that's how I would really recommend people think about crypto. Don't do it as a day trading thing. Don't try and get in and out. Find really meaningful teams that are going to solve real problems. And, frankly, that's the way, and buy and hold, right? Like there's no reason why people have to day trade. And, I personally don't recommend that either.
So building on what you said about finding the builders, finding the best engineers, I was thinking about how people have been discussing for years, Silicon Valley is losing its preeminence as a startup center. But for every year that I've been following venture capital, well over 2/3 of the dollars, 80%, have continued to go to companies in the Bay Area. But maybe Omicron is finally the thing that has changed this, has shown us all we can work from elsewhere. Dina, what do you think? How has Omicron changed startups?
Well, I think it's too early to tell. None of us even knew what Omicron was, let alone how to pronounce it just a few weeks ago. And so I think it's the discussion around Silicon Valley, has over the last year, 18 months, maybe 2 years now, has been very loud on Twitter. Many of us have been a part of that and discussed it. But at the end of the day, and I'm sure Gary and Pat and David can attest to this, we are mostly doing Zooms with founders, and I don't know where they are most of the time. And the founders in our portfolio are hiring, and as Gary I think alluded to earlier, it's an incredibly tough talent market out there, especially, well, frankly, actually every role, but certainly as always on the engineering front. And engineers want to work from wherever they're working, and so I do think there is a decentralization, if you will, of talent, and perhaps as well of where companies are located. But I don't think the magic of this of this geography is going away anytime soon. I'm a Bay Area native. I'm long on it, but I also think there will be many more communities to emerge around the country and around the world.
Pat, do you have any companies outside Silicon Valley?
We do. We have about 25 portfolio companies in New York and another dozen or so kind of spread around the East Coast. And then we also have companies in Latin America, companies in Europe. We cover a fairly decent amount of ground from here. Just building on what Dina was saying, one interesting way to think about what's happening is if you go back 20 years, the hypervisor and then the cloud sort of virtualized compute resources. The pandemic and the attendant tools like Zoom and Notion have sort of virtualized human resources, meaning they can come from anywhere. In some cases, we see people working multiple jobs at once. It is actually far more efficient for society as a whole for that to be the case. And so we see our best companies embracing people no matter where they may be. And increasingly, they seem to be showing up outside of the Bay Area.
David, you've got a few companies in LA and elsewhere, right? Do you have any in the heartland? Is that kind of emerging?
Well, I think we have one in Des Moines, and I guess we have. I mean, we have companies all over the place now. I do think that COVID has broken Silicon Valley's network effect and sort of quasi-monopoly on tech. There used to be a very powerful network effect where it's true you could always found a company anywhere, but the Bay Area was always the easiest place to scale a company. I mean, if you were a founder and you need to rapidly scale your company, all the sort of the VPs and the long tail of talent, whether it was, trying to recruit a head of sales out of Salesforce or some sort of special technical architect out of Facebook, it was much, much easier to scale your company in the Bay Area because this is where all the talent was. And conversely, the talent flocked to the Bay Area because they knew this is where all the companies were being founded. So it was a very powerful effect, a very powerful lock-in that the Bay Area had for really the last 2 decades. And remote work has completely broken that because now people can do their jobs from anywhere. I mean, everyone's doing their job by Zoom or Slack or, these types of tools. No one's really going to the office anymore. And as a result of that, you can really not only found, but also scale a company anywhere. And
great. On that note, we're just about out of time. So thank you, David, and sorry to cut you off. But thanks to all the panelists and happy holidays to all of you.
All right, awesome. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Kurt Wagner with Bloomberg, and we're going to be talking privacy this morning. And I have 2 awesome panelists to go deep on privacy with me. We have Brendon Lynch from Airbnb and Meredith Fuchs from Plaid. Meredith, Brendon, how are you both doing? Thanks for being here.
Doing great. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Well, I want to start with a bit of a broad question, but I feel like it might help set the stage for our discussion. And that is, I'm wondering if both of you can give us a sense of where you feel like the regulatory environment is right now with regards to privacy, right? And for some background for people, I mean, it's been a very interesting couple of years. We've seen GDPR, we've seen the CCPA in California. I really feel like I cover Meta or previously Facebook, and I feel like a lot of this happened, around Cambridge Analytica, like this idea of just like, oh my gosh, there's a big tech company that has our data and it's walking out the door, right? Like it just feels like the last 3 years have been kind of watershed for consumer privacy. I'm wondering if you agree. I'm wondering if you can just kind of give us a sense of like, where are we right now in the environment of regulating how technology companies use our data?
Sure. I'm happy to jump in to get us started. I mean, right now, honestly, something like 88% of consumers are using digital financial tools. And I mention that because it shows the desire of people to have the opportunity to use their data to serve their own needs. And the regulatory environment right now, however, is not, at least in the financial services space, has not completely kept up. We basically need to have some more standards to guide this area. Instead, what's happened in financial services is that the industries had to negotiate bilateral agreements, and the consumers are not a direct part of that discussion. So we would like to see the regulators helping to make sure that consumers' needs are prioritized, and that's one of the things we're looking for in financial services.
Yeah, and if I could add to that more broadly, I think, Kurt, there's a wave of regulation and legislation as you've talked about with GDPR and beyond. I think what we're seeing in that is a few key trend lines that of consistency, even though there's variation to deal with at times. But generally speaking, it's about providing greater transparency to users online about what data is collected and how it's used. It's about empowering them to have more control over their personal data. And it's ultimately about organizational responsibility to do the right thing with data. And that's how I think you can sort of have a through line across all of this to get consistency and to be able to design a comprehensive privacy program that addresses not only those trends and the specific rules behind them, but also future-proofs you somehow against what's coming next.
I had mentioned Meta and Cambridge Analytica because it does feel to me like that was really the start of a lot of this stuff. And we see these big tech companies continually brought to Washington, in particular, Facebook and Google. I'm wondering what the trickle down is to companies like yours, right? You would be kind of, I would say, right below those companies, but regulation that's going to impact them is industry wide. And I'm wondering, when you see the Facebooks of the world kind of summoned, do you think is that a good thing for you? Is it good that these kind of big tech players are kind of, maybe the face of this? Or do you feel like, trying to talk about Facebook with data protection is not necessarily relevant to everyone else in tech who's trying to do the same thing?
Well, I mean, ultimately, what consumers really want is they want control of their information. And whether it's in social media or it's in e-commerce or it's in financial services, it kind of comes down to similar basics. So I think that this debate and regulators looking at that, this is valuable. One of the things that I would hope would be part of the prioritization, though, is thinking about how technology also enables innovation and can really help benefit people. I think that's really kind of the moment that we're in, is trying to understand that there's very good positives to consumers having decision-making power and control over their information.
Yeah, I think, what I would say, Kurt, is that there's no doubt that the tech industry and all industries, frankly, are becoming tech-enabled. There's a lot of scrutiny about the collection and use of personal data. Survey after survey tells us that people are concerned and they want more control. And so we recognize that that's definitely there. A key part of how we approach this is not just about regulation and scrutiny. It's actually very much about trust. It's about sort of earning and maintaining the trust of your users. And that becomes a big driver, and certainly for a company like Airbnb, which was ultimately founded on a model of trust. Privacy is playing into that as a key component of that trust equation.
Brendon, I want to ask a question of you specifically because you seem to deal, obviously at Airbnb, you're dealing with more kind of offline safety and privacy than a lot of other companies. Obviously, there is the impact of other companies for offline harm, but I'm showing up at someone's house, right? I'm showing up at their address. How do you kind of balance dealing with like the online part of privacy, right? The data that you have on your servers, but also with the privacy that has to come with a consumer going to a stranger's home to stay.
Yeah, it's definitely an additional dimension, I guess, to a traditional online business to have this host and guest coming together in the real world, and they're not necessarily people, and they're most often people who've never met before. So there's a number of measures and rules that we have in place to protect privacy of those individuals. So for example, your last name and your profile photo is not shared, until a booking is confirmed, and the host will never see your email address or your phone number or any of those things. So we've done privacy by design in the system and in the product itself to protect privacy on both sides of that marketplace. And then sometimes it's making rules and enforcing rules. For example, as we know, there's a lot of smart home technologies being deployed in homes today, and that also it is used by some Airbnb hosts. And so we have rules in place to ensure that cameras are not allowed unless they are properly and transparently disclosed, and they're never allowed in places like bedrooms and bathrooms. So those are examples of how we address that.
And are these types of, one follow-up to that, are these types of kind of physical privacy laws, are those things that you're coming up with on your own? Are these things that are laws? I shouldn't have said laws first. Like, are these actual laws that you're following, or do you need, or do you guys want more like formal regulation around that type of stuff?
These are things that we've come up with that really fit the context of our particular business, that we feel protect people well, and so it's a part of building trust in the whole model, and very important for us to do that.
Okay, Meredith, I wanted to ask you, because you used to work, I believe, at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, if I'm correct. So you've been kind of on the other side of this kind of regulatory conversation. I'm wondering, what's the biggest thing that maybe you surprised you, or that you've learned kind of moving into more the private sector here as you go through these conversations?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things I learned at the CFPB that I think is critical is that there's all sorts of industries that are designed to benefit the industry, and they don't always think about consumers. So, for example, debt collection or loan servicing were all designed to support the business interests and not the consumer interests. When we're talking about financial services, though, where you're trying to benefit individual people, and certainly it's the same in many other businesses, it's important to also think about what the consumer needs and the consumer wants. I always think that should be your North Star. So, for example, in a situation like ours, where we're trying to enable financial services to be delivered to consumers, it really comes down to what the consumer's choice is, what's the service that they want, and how do they want their data to be treated. And part of what is important for that is trying to ensure that consumers have the opportunity, they have transparency about who's touching their data, and they have the opportunity to stop data flows when they want to, or delete data if they want to. So I think those are kind of basic principles. They're not necessarily in the law everywhere, but we're comfortable with learning those principles from what we see happening globally and applying them to our business, whether or not the law requires it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like this idea of consumers being the priority, it sounds so obvious, right? Of course, the customer is always right, that type of thing. But I do feel that consumers have a general, certainly with the big tech companies, a general distrust that maybe they are truly the motivation behind some of these things. I'm just wondering if you can both talk about why is, again, it sounds somewhat obvious, like how do companies prioritize consumers while simultaneously, trying to grow a business, trying to follow regulation or avoid certain regulations? Can you just talk maybe about how that thinking has even evolved over the last couple of years, if it has, or if this has always been, the thing, we just maybe weren't talking about it as much?
I'm happy to start this one. I think generally it's ultimately trying to find that sweet spot of, and I think sort of the Airbnb is a good example where trust is such an important part of the success of the business model, and protecting people's privacy so that they're willing to continue to use the platform is crucial. There is definitely angst out there, and in some cases, mistrust. And so I think it's just important to be very principled, to explain your principles, and then to really live up to them. And they, in my mind, need to be articulated not in terms of privacy laws, but just more general, broader principles, and go beyond in places. So, for example, we have our privacy principles published, and the things you would expect about transparency, about control, about having strong security measures in place for the data that's entrusted to us. But we also have one which is about using data for the benefit of our community. And it's to power their experiences, to keep them safe. And we don't sell personal data to anyone. And so those are examples of where you can make, I think, strong promises and then internalize those in the way that you design your products and your services and your systems to live up to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar, I think, for us. I mean, our product, the services that we enable are ones that are selected specifically by consumers because they want financial services. And given the nature of the area, it's really important that there be trust in the work that we're doing. And so, for example, similarly, we don't sell consumers' data. It's, we don't monetize their data in any way. What we're trying to do is make it possible for them to get what they want and to give them the control when they do that. So we've developed a bunch of different tools to help enable the consumers consent and to give them the transparency and control. One is when they decide that they want to access a financial service and use Plaid to connect their accounts, they have a consent flow that they go through, which shows that Plaid is involved and gives them an opportunity to see our privacy policy. And then we also have an ability for them to go to Plaid portal, which is at my.plaid.com, to stop the flow of data. So it's really putting the tools back in the consumers so that they will feel confident that they're the ones who have the power.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a trust thing, to state the obvious more than anything, right? If I don't feel that I can trust you, that's bad business, right? So I would say that's probably the greatest argument for why any of this, matters to any company. Meredith, I'm wondering if I could ask you, because so much of financial technology seems to be moving toward the blockchain right now, which is, unregulated. It's distributed. I'm wondering, how is that changing what you do? Are you guys thinking about the blockchain and how personal data is going to be kind of on the blockchain? Like, is that something that's part of your roadmap at this point?
Well, look, all of these technologies make innovation possible, and that's really exciting because it means you can deliver better services for people. But we really do need regulators to be paying attention and to understand how these technologies work, because when you're going to be affecting consumers, the impact on the individual consumer can be really significant. And so I would continue to bring it back to this idea that the regulators need to pay attention and businesses need to develop these core principles early on so that they know what should guide them as they're developing their products and they're thinking about how to exploit the technologies. One thing I've noticed is that, the product people and the engineers are always really idealistic and they love what they can create. That's wonderful. And we need to, measure that with also worrying specifically about the consumers.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a general tension at all companies between what is possible to build and what is maybe responsible to build, or at least, putting the guardrails around it. Brendon, I'm wondering, what about you guys at Airbnb? Are you thinking about the blockchain at all? Is this like an area where there's potential for Airbnb to kind of move some of that data there?
I'm not close to any decisions about that. I think what I would do to genericize it is to say there's a lot of new technologies that come along and they pose new challenges for privacy and in some cases opportunities for privacy. And so the important thing is to be able to evaluate those in the direction of the business. That's what I see Meredith nodding. That's what us privacy professionals do all the time, is sort of understand the roadmap of where things are going to try and get ahead of what risks might be and what opportunities there might be able to be to leverage new technologies. And so I would approach it in that fashion.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with new technologies. We have just a few minutes left. And I'm going to ask about the metaverse because, what else could we possibly end this conversation talking about but the metaverse? And I'm wondering, Brendon, I feel like because Airbnb, because of the experiential nature of what it is that you guys offer, the metaverse feels like something that would be really relevant to you. Meredith, we'll get to you next. But Brendon, I'm wondering, are you guys thinking about the metaverse as an opportunity for Airbnb, and how does that play into privacy for you?
Yeah, I'm not close to any decisions on that. We're mostly about people coming together in the real world and feeling this sense of connection and belonging at more of a human level. But I think just, again, generically, if for any of these new technologies, it's a case of thinking ahead, evaluating the privacy risks, and navigating a path through it.
Meredith, what about you? I know that commerce is going to be big in the metaverse. Obviously, that comes with payments and the transfer of money. That's where you guys come in. Are you thinking about this at all?
I mean, we are, to my knowledge, not currently thinking about entering the metaverse directly, but I think it goes back to the same basics, which is we're talking about people's financial lives, and that's really important. And we want to make sure they know what they're doing, that they have transparency about with whom they're doing business, and that there's protections in place so that they have trust that they can actually take care of themselves. So wherever it is, whether it's in the metaverse, whether it's bricks and mortar, whether it's over the traditional digital rails, those are the kinds of principles we're going to come back to.
Yeah. Let's finish full circle. We have about a minute and a half left. So maybe 30 seconds from each of you. I'm wondering, we started talking about what's the regulatory environment for privacy. It's been a busy couple, 2 or 3 years. What does the future look like here for us? I mean, is there going to be more CCPA style laws around the country? Is there going to be more GDPR style laws, in places outside of Europe? Like, I guess 30 seconds, if you could just kind of give us a sense of where you think we're all headed, that would be great. Maybe Meredith, you want to start?
Sure. I think all those laws that you referenced all come down to the same thing, which is, consumers want to control how their data is used, and they want to be able to make the choice themselves. The thing that I think we are going to see that's a little bit different, I mentioned earlier that the CFPB is doing a rulemaking on data portability and consumer access to their own data. What's different about that rule is it's not just about limiting the use of data, it's about enabling the use of data for consumer benefit. So we are really excited to see the CFPB take this rulemaking to its finish because we think it's going to make great things available to all sorts of consumers.
Brendon? I would say I think, yes, we can expect more regulations, rulemaking, legislation, very much along the lines of greater transparency, empowering individuals, organizations being accountable. And the way to get ahead of it is to build a comprehensive privacy program that's based on a set of standards that really take into account all these requirements and then embed it in every part of your business to ultimately build trust with your users.
I imagine easier said than done in terms of just a lot of work for both of you and all of your colleagues. But we appreciate your time. Thanks so much. It went by fast, as we knew that it would, but it was really nice to hear both of your perspectives. So thanks for being here.
Great. Thank you.
We're taught that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more, building trust for today and tomorrow. Because when a passionate community of solvers comes together, you get new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Lin, Global Head of Data Science and Insight for Bloomberg Media. The need to upskill and reskill the workforce has never been more urgent than it is today. But why? And what should we be thinking about as we plan for 2022? I'm so excited to be joined today by Joe Atkinson, Vice Chair, Chief Products and Technology Officer for PwC, to talk about how to future-proof your business with employee upskilling and bridge the digital divide. Thanks for joining me today, Joe. Let's start with hearing a little bit more about your role at PwC.
Sure, Michelle. I serve as the Vice Chair and Chief Products and Technology Officer for PwC. And in that role, I have responsibility for all of the technology agenda and talent that we have in the firm that's really focused on how do we take advantage of technology to deliver better services and value to our clients, and also what technology can we provide and offer to our clients that can help them achieve their business objectives. So from that perspective, it's a very, very exciting role. I've been with the firm over 28 years, and the opportunity that this role has created has been one of the best opportunities I've had over my career to really have an impact not only on our firm, but on the agendas that our clients are navigating through as well.
Thanks for that, Joe. Now, we know employees are a company's greatest asset, but why is it vital for businesses to invest in their future by upskilling opportunities right now?
Michelle, one of the things that we've seen is a reality in the marketplace that there's simply not enough talent to fill all the technology-related opportunities that companies have today. So we know there's a practical problem. There's a market constraint in terms of the availability of technology talent. So as that market constraint continues to persist, companies are turning to the internal talent that they have and bringing them along that upskilling journey. But the second piece to me is even more important, and that is what obligation an employer has to lift people up and to help them build the kinds of capabilities and skills that they need to really be impactful in this tech-powered future. So when you look at this environment, the reality is that employees are going to have to bridge that divide, and employers are going to have to help them bridge that divide. Obviously, both parties have to get together on that. It's not just the employees or just the employers. But the reality is if an employer is going to be, I think, a good employer of choice, there's a degree of obligation employers have to help their teams learn the capabilities and skills and apply those skills in a way that's going to build the opportunity for those individuals to continue to grow their careers. And on the flip side, if we don't do that with our employees, the reality is, given the pace of change, the technology innovation that's happening, the reality is the relevance of those employees who do not climb the upskilling curve, that relevance is going to drop and drop over time, which is just going to constrain their opportunity for growth and for employment in the future.
I hear your point on employer obligation, but we also know managers and business leaders are challenged with proving how certain investments and initiatives build the business. What is your approach to measuring the success of digitally enabled employees?
I think the best measurements are the business measurements that organizations are looking to anyway. If organizations are going to make investments in digital transformation, they're going to make investments in employee upskilling. The reality is those investments should provide return to the stakeholders of the organization just like any other investment should. Upskilling and talent investments are business investments, and technology investments are business investments. So the ROI should be the ROI that the organization's tracking, whether that's revenue growth or whether it's cost reductions and displacement, whether it's also the opportunity that they may have to retain more employees and provide greater stickiness of their employee base, which in the current great resignation environment is a huge return to organizations that are struggling to hold on to great talent. So from my perspective, there shouldn't be a set of transformation measures. There may be some that you need to track progress on an incremental basis. The reality is the outcomes of your transformation, including your employee upskilling, should be better business results, and those are defined by organizations every day.
That gives our audience some insight and great food for thought as they build their plans for 2022 and beyond. What else would you say to businesses that are looking to digitally transform in this moment?
One of the things we've seen over the years is there's some companies, I think, that expect transformation to happen over multi-years, and there's a little bit of a Big Bang theory that we're going to build and build and build and build up, and then we're going to throw a switch, and then there's a transformation in place. One of the things that we've learned, many of our clients have experienced as well, is that actually transformation happens along pathways and journeys and increments, and it's important to keep a goal and an objective of where you're headed. But there's a lot of benefit and change that can be made on the ground, the way work gets done, the tools that are applied, and that to me brings you back to that idea of connecting people with tech. The reality is that people that are in the field doing their jobs today, they know the work that needs to be done, and they know the opportunities that are there to better tech enable and automate and improve processes. And so my suggestion to companies that are thinking about that transformation is make sure you're bringing your employees into that transformation. It's something that they should be helping you accomplish versus something that's happening to them. And I think employers and companies that look at transformation as an opportunity to bring their people as well as their organization along, in my experience, those are the organizations that are going to have more success along their transformation journey.
I could not agree more with the idea of bringing employees into the conversation and the planning for real success. Joe, thank you for taking the time to share your expertise and insights with our Bloomberg Technology Summit audience today.
That's my pleasure, Michelle.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this discussion about innovation in the on-demand economy. I'm Brad Stone, Senior Executive Editor for Global Technology at Bloomberg. Welcome to my panelists. Working clockwise, we have Christopher Payne, the president of DoorDash, Chris Rupp, Executive Vice President, Chief Digital and Customer Officer at the Albertsons Companies, and Sami Siddiqui, the brand president of Popeye Louisiana Kitchen. Thank you to all of us for joining us today. Christopher, let's start with you. DoorDash has relationships with Albertsons and Popeyes. I'm old enough to remember DoorDash circa 2013 when you guys were talking about helping small businesses get more efficient about delivery. And now here with RBI and Albertsons, two large, impressive companies. So what does this tell us about what DoorDash is trying to accomplish today?
Yeah, I think the last, 8-9 years now have been incredibly eventful. You're correct, Brad. Our vision is to help local economies, and our focus area is on helping local businesses thrive. And we're thrilled to be partnered with Safeway, Albertsons, and Popeyes. It's important to remember that while they are national companies, they also operate locally, right? And so over the last 8 years, we've built technology solutions to connect local businesses to local consumers and bring them what they want in minutes, not days or hours. And certainly, we're just at the very beginning of that technology evolution.
And Albertsons and the idea of delivering groceries is clearly a major expansion of DoorDash's ambition, and quite a crowded category, I might add.
Yeah, I would say that our vision is not restaurants, although we started with restaurants, which turns out to be, a very challenging, demanding scenario. But in the last 2 years, we've really gone beyond restaurants. We started with convenience and pulled that forward at the beginning of the pandemic, thinking it was going to be a life essential service. And then we have begun to go into grocery with our fantastic partnership with Safeway, Albertsons. And I think we've got a tremendous opportunity to bring people everything that they want. And we're seeing that emerge over time. Once people sort of realize that they can get products in minutes, they change their habits, right? So you can go from, maybe I don't need a week's worth of grocery. Maybe I can get a grocery order in 20 minutes and make dinner tonight. And it creates a different occasion that may not have existed in the past, really focused on convenience.
Chris Rupp, I'm so delighted to have you here on the panel. Some people may not know this, but Chris was one of the originators of Prime Day back in an earlier incarnation of her career at Amazon. Chris, you joined Albertsons, I think, at the end of 2019. So this question might kind of call on knowledge before your tenure, but what was Albertsons' journey to working with DoorDash? Because I recall, at one point, Safeway trucks patrolling my neighborhood in San Francisco. Like, you guys at one point wanted to control that last mile, and now you're doing deals with the likes of DoorDash. So what does it bring you?
Well, I think you should think of us as growing in terms of our expansiveness of thinking about the grocery category. We're going to meet customers in a lot of different channels. There are going to be customers who come directly to our website, our own app, our own stores. There are customers now that are looking across the internet for places to shop, and we want to be everywhere our customer looks for groceries. And we have a strong partnership with DoorDash, offering groceries in now hundreds of our markets, and we're delighted to be reaching many new customers this way.
But Chris, so I want to kind of understand the exclusivity or the lack thereof nature of these deals. So Albertsons also deals with Instacart and other on-demand delivery companies. Like, how do you view the relationship with DoorDash, if you do, as special or unique?
We actually are looking to be, again, expansive in our thinking. We have a relationship with Instacart and DoorDash and several others. But the point is that we think we're reaching different customers in each of these different channels or places. And that's why I say we're just thinking very expansively about reaching new customers. This partnership, and to be clear, DoorDash, this partnership with DoorDash is unique in many ways. For example, the Double Dash, where customers can order from both Albertsons and another store, whether it's a drugstore for convenience items or perhaps other things. Those are the interesting and unique things that we can do in our partnership with DoorDash.
Now, Sammy, you're here as a veteran of the chicken sandwich wars. You look good for participating in such an intense battle. But tell me what role delivery has in the chicken wars. How important is it to Popeye's business right now?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thanks for having me. I think delivery has been a critical part of our business and part of the chicken wars as well over the last 2 years. we launched the chicken sandwich back in late 2019 to a lot of fanfare, as everyone knows. As people said, we broke the internet for a little while. And when COVID hit, the success of the chicken sandwich, it really just accelerated through delivery. Even though we were at limited service modes in our restaurants, delivery exploded for our business and really took that success and just kind of bolstered it. And I think delivery has been critical to, very similar to how Chris was describing, is we are all about expanding convenience, being wherever our guests are, and delivery kind of bridges that convenience gap for us in so many ways.
Okay, and so for Popeyes, that means DoorDash, that means Uber Eats, that means your own app. Is that right?
Look, absolutely. Look, we've worked with DoorDash for a number of years now. DoorDash actually powers our own app. So when you fire up the Popeyes app, DoorDash is actually fulfilling those orders for us. So we work in a variety of ways with DoorDash. But I think ultimately, really, as Chris was saying, is we need to be everywhere our guests are. And ultimately, I think that's important, because as we actually go out and we do a lot of research with our guests, and consistently the number one barrier to consideration of Popeyes is most guests don't have a Popeyes near them. They often say, well, I would love to have Popeyes, I'd love to try Popeyes, but I don't see them around me. And delivery actually makes Popeyes be that much closer to our guest at that last mile.
Okay, excuse the pun, but the meat of this discussion is about innovation in the on-demand economy. So we're going to hit on a number of issues, a number of kind of trends. And the first one, and the one frankly as a consumer that I care the most about, and Sammy, we'll start with you, is just kind of freshness in delivery. Like too often, the chicken sandwich appears in a soggy bag, and what makes it special in the restaurant has maybe evaporated during delivery. So Sammy, maybe, and Christopher, then what are you guys doing to ensure that restaurant food, that the chicken sandwich is delivered, it maintains its specialness in what might be a prolonged delivery?
Well, Brad, first off, I'll give you my phone number after this. If you have a soggy chicken sandwich, you call me directly about that.
I can call. Fantastic.
That's not the experience we want to deliver. And it's a great question. I think at Popeyes, as many other restaurant concepts, we're always talking about how do we elevate the guest experience. And historically, that guest experience was all about traditional sort of in-restaurant dining, drive-throughs. And then all of a sudden, when the pandemic hit, at the onset of the pandemic, delivery, it was a small sort of piece of our business, but it really accelerated that channel for us. And I think a lot of restaurant concepts had to move very quickly in evolving operations to ensure that delivery experience is equally as good, if not better, than that kind of traditional or analog experience. And I think for us, what did that mean? I think a couple things. I think number one is, with delivery, we're actually one step removed from the guest or the customer. And so actually, going back to DoorDash, the Dasher is actually our customer. And we need to, in our restaurants, we treat the Dasher like our customer. I'll give you a great example. I was working a restaurant in New Orleans a couple weeks ago, and I saw a Dasher waiting to pick up an order, and we were taking a little bit longer than normal. And I offered the Dasher a drink, offered her a free cookie, and I think things like that, exactly the same sort of thing we would do with a guest, we've started to do with our Dashers. And then I think there's sort of other innovations outside of kind of that experience piece. But number one, you actually asked about the sandwich. One of the really great things with the chicken sandwiches is we had new packaging, and it was an insulated foil packaging that actually helps the hold times. And we're going to continue to evolve packaging and do other things to ensure that delivery experience is as good or better than kind of the experience you get in our restaurants.
Christopher, anything sitting in DoorDash's secret labs that's going to help deliver food hot?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing to know, Brad, is that the core of the DoorDash system is a technology platform, right? So it's actually really hard to know like when exactly the chicken sandwich is going to be ready, when the deep dish pizza is going to be ready. And so one of the things that we work on with our partners is trying to make sure that we get the Dasher there at exactly the right moment. One feature that we built with Popeyes and many others is called auto order release. So literally, as the Dasher approaches the restaurant, we know how long it takes Popeyes to make the actual chicken sandwich. And so literally, as the Dasher's driving in, we then fire the order so that the food is ready, hot and fresh, and literally handed off to the Dasher. And so you need rich coordination, rich data analysis, rich systems in order to deliver quality. You know, DoorDash is the market leader in restaurant and delivery. We have about 55% market share, and it's on the backs of improved quality, relentlessly focusing on the guest in our partnership with our merchants. But to your point, it's just beginning. Chris Rupp alluded to our Double Dash capability. This is the ability to order your Popeyes chicken sandwich, and then if you need the milk and the NyQuil or other things from Safeway Albertsons, you can get them brought to you in one single order. This will actually transform the opportunity for the consumer to get more and more over time. Really challenging from a technological perspective to make that work with super high quality. As an example, in that case, we'll go pick up the milk and the NyQuil first. We'll then fire the order to Popeyes. We'll then pick it up so it's hot and fresh and minimize the transit time from the restaurant to the consumer.
Well, Chris Rupp, let me ask you, one thing that's often discussed when talking about minimizing that transit time is the idea of a dark store, a ghost kitchen, a dark supermarket, the idea of maybe a supermarket that's just for on-demand delivery, closer to customers, closer to urban areas. You can't walk in. It's just for on-demand. What's your thinking about that? I know Instacart has talked a little bit about that. Does Albertsons have a plan? Do you think it has a role as on-demand delivery, becomes more popular?
Well, I'll say one of the greatest things about our partnership with DoorDash is that the assets we bring to the relationship are that our stores are nested in neighborhoods surrounded by grocery shoppers. And so we've already got proximity to the customer to allow for really fast deliveries. But in addition to that, we are looking at ways we can work together so that the Dashers can get in and out of the store really quickly. Things like, we are trying to put things in the back room in a ware room concept with all the most popular items put together so the Dasher can get in and out quickly. And, we'll continue to work with DoorDash to innovate on those types of things to allow our orders to get filled faster.
Okay, but let me try to interpret that, Chris. Is that to say that you maybe don't see a role for a completely dark supermarket, a Safeway or an Albertsons that's really, a warehouse with no signs that's just there for Dashers?
Well, so far
would that be efficient use of real estate?
So far, we've looked at that concept and thought we have 2,400 fantastic stores in the country. Why don't we focus on using the stores we've got in the neighborhoods close to customers? And we haven't looked to the dark store concept yet, but we're open to anything that helps us continue down the path of innovation.
Christopher and then Sammy, I'd love to hear what you think about this. Some of these quick commerce models like GoPuff and other startups are talking about using dark stores, dark kitchens to fulfill fast delivery. Do you guys see roles for that concept?
Absolutely. I think one thing I would say, Brad, is I don't think of them as dark stores any longer. Like, the truth is, if you're going to put a store or a restaurant next to consumers, you're going to want to offer choice for the customer. If they want to come pick up the order, they should be able to do that. If you want to deliver the order faster because you're closer to the customer, you should be able to do that as well. I think the way we should think of it as an industry is expansion. It's actually putting the product closer to the customer and having them sort of have a better experience. And so we're excited. You alluded to a few things. One is, I'll talk about restaurants first, right? So one of the things that emerged during the pandemic was a lot of restaurateurs, their restaurants across the United States began to offer virtual menus, literally new cuisine types within their stores. You can imagine if you're a dinner-only restaurant and your burners are sitting idle during lunchtime, you're like, well, we're really good at preparing food. Why don't we make something during lunchtime and expand our business opportunity? And so a lot of times people talk about dark stores as building new things, but it's also about leveraging existing infrastructure and creating growth opportunities for existing restaurants. And so I think a lot has been made of the new construction. I think utilization of existing restaurateur space is critical. And last week you may have seen we announced our first ultra fast expansion of DashMart into Manhattan. Super excited about this. This is offering 10 to 15 minute grocery delivery to people in Chelsea, in Manhattan. And I'm super excited about this because when you can get something in 10 to 15 minutes, it is a complete game changer. I remember back when I was at Amazon during the early days and we were celebrating, I think it was 5 to 7 days or something like that. Consumers were excited and somebody said, no one's ever going to want more than that, right? And it's sort of laughable to an extreme now. Now we're talking 10 to 15 minute deliveries. The only way you do that is you can get closer to customers, right? And in the case of Manhattan, there might need to be building new capabilities, new dark stores. In the case of Safeway Albertsons, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to do that because the grocery stores are already next to the customer. And so I think it is an exciting technological evolution that means more and more expansion opportunity for merchants and more convenience for customers.
Well, let me just ask you a quick follow-up, Christopher, and then Sammy will get to you. What we've seen over the past 20 years are these increased delivery promises. They create new expectations for customers, a great customer experience, but sometimes a kind of destructive professional lifestyle for the people that have to go carry it out. When you think about 10 to 15 minute delivery, it's kind of breathtaking. How do you do that maybe in a conscientious manner where you're not putting undue pressure on your Dashers, on your workforce?
Yeah, this is something that we're taking incredibly seriously. And one of the key ways you do this, right, this is one of the reasons we're testing our way in and starting with one facility is, number one, you have to be able to pick the groceries in literally seconds, which is, kind of crazy, right? But then the idea is you configure the store in a certain way. This is an opportunity over time for robotics to make it incredibly quick to pick the groceries. The second thing you do is that you make the radius, the delivery service area, if you will, around the facility incredibly restrictive, right? And so you're then, the Dashers then over time know this area super well. You're talking about, literally blocks in Chelsea, and they have ample time to get there. Safety is the top concern, so if conditions warrant, we'll back away from the 10 to 15 minute SLA. But so far in our experience, the bigger challenge isn't the transit time because I can control that with distance. It's actually being able to pick the groceries at the speed that's required to deliver the 10 to 15 minute promise.
Thank you. Sammy, I want to ask you about ghost kitchens and rapid delivery, the GoPuffs of the world. Does Popeyes or does Restaurant Brands International see a role for that in the on-demand ecosystem?
Yeah, look, I think we see a role for testing everything, right? And ultimately, we are testing ghost kitchens right now, and we're testing a lot of other technologies that I think it goes back to, both Christopher and Chris have said it, is convenience. And I think in this new sort of economy and what we've seen technologically is we need to be able to get our food, in the same quality that we always talk about, but we need to get it to our guests faster. And I think, I liken ghost kitchens very similar to what we've done in the restaurant industry with formats. And, historically, a decade ago, whenever you're talking about building a new restaurant, it was always about, okay, we're going to have a drive-through and we're going to have 75 seats and it's going to be a 2,500 square foot building. We've sort of evolved that thinking in the restaurant industry, and it's become, we need to put the right format in the right trade area, and we need to have a diversity of formats so we can serve the guests better. So I think ghost kitchens have a role. I think drive-through restaurants have a role, and I think all of it is about serving the guest, because ultimately the guest wants to know that they can get their Popeyes whenever and wherever they want it.
Can you tell us more about where you're trialing ghost kitchens? I can't imagine a kind of Popeyes ghost kitchen where the chicken aroma is wafting over the sidewalk, and yet people cannot actually walk in. They can just deliver. They can just order it online.
Yeah, so we're testing ghost kitchens actually all over the U.S. And in my prior role, I was actually leading our business in Asia, and I can tell you, in Shanghai, I was there when we launched ghost kitchens there and several other countries. And I think the success of the ghost kitchen is very dependent on the trade area. What is the population density? What's the ability for, people like Dashers to actually access the location and get in and out quickly? And in a lot of cases, actually, in these ghost kitchens, there's a whole hybrid model. There's a walk-up model. You can actually walk up to the ghost kitchen and place your order, or in some cases, they're totally dark. And so going back to kind of what I was saying earlier is, I think what we're seeing is really cool in the restaurant industry is that we're seeing a diversity of formats, a big flexibility with what a restaurant looks like in order to serve its guests. And I think the innovation is really good for the industry, and it's good for the guest.
Krishna, we're probably seeing more innovation inside supermarkets than we have in the last 50 years in terms of checkout carts, self-checkout, the visual recognition systems like the Amazon Go store. What are you guys looking at? What can accelerate the checkout process for on-demand delivery?
We've also been spending a lot of time understanding how we can get customers in and out of our store much faster. We know that's a demand from busy families. And so we've invested a lot of money in converting the front end of the store to more self-checkout opportunities. And we've got a few more ideas that we're testing. We're not ready to announce yet, but we are working hard to innovate in this space so that customers don't have to spend a lot of time on activities like checkout.
And now in this technological arms race, Albertsons is arguably at a disadvantage because you've got competitors like your former employer, Amazon. So who are your partners as you go to kind of build the next generation of supermarket?
I think what's wonderful is that there's innovation taking place across the industry and so many great startups and actually at scale partners for us. You know, we've announced great partnerships with companies like Google and Adobe, and we've got more to come. But we want to rely on the very best in technology, and some of that we're building internally, some of that we're procuring from others, and some of that is in partnerships like that with DoorDash.
Well, Christopher, we've only got a couple minutes left. You mentioned robotics. There was an idea at one point, kind of fashionable, that a robot would be rolling gently down our sidewalks, delivering our Popeyes chicken sandwiches and other meals. At what point does that become real? Do robots play a role in the on-demand delivery economy?
Yeah, I think it's going to be much more gradual than perhaps the hype. You know, the yarn that we overestimate in the short term and underestimate in the long term, I think is very applicable here. Last month, we announced our formation of our DoorDash labs, where we've been working on various forms of robotics, and we've actually been doing that since 2018. Our hypothesis is that we're going to be able to build complementary systems, and so I think the concept that the robot is going to replace the system and replace the driver, I don't think that'll happen for many years to come. You know, I live in an apartment building. There's no robot going to be knocking on my door anytime soon. But I do think we can build robotics into the system that will complement. We bought a company called Chowbotics a couple of years ago now, and this is, you know, a robot that actually, you know, dispenses, if you will, fresh food, and it's essentially a form of a kitchen being brought to people in college campuses, in, you know, dorms, where you can bring food into those. Is that robotics? Absolutely. Is it complementary to the core system? Absolutely. I think that you'll see robotics introduced over the coming years as a complement to the system to drive improved efficiency and speed and expansion.
Okay, but the idea that an autonomous car might drive our meal and then a robot would bring it up to the doorstep, you think that's been a little overhyped?
I do. And, you know, it's kind of funny. I've been in tech for a long time, Brad, and normally I'm on the forefront of like saying, you know, things are coming faster. I think that we've got many solutions to deal with the last 10 feet and the first 10 feet. And that's what our Dasher network is incredibly good at. I think it'll be more of a complement as opposed to a replacement. And I think that is the hype that has been perhaps too focused on in recent years.
All right, we'll have to leave it there with our as yet unrealized robot dreams. Christopher Payne, Chris Rupp, Sami Siddiqui. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is William Turton. I'm a cybersecurity here at Bloomberg News, and this is our panel on protecting digital transformation. I'm joined here with Keith Wojcicki, who is the Managing Director of Cyber Risk at Kroll, and Marav Bahat, who's the co-founder and CEO of DAZ, a new cybersecurity company, giving her first ever interview as part of the company. And we're here to talk about, the kind of shifting trends in cybersecurity today. So, let's start with a question for both of you. A lot of the people that both of you work with are trying to shift to the cloud, and they're wondering how that's going to impact their security. Is it going to make it more efficient? Will they be safer? And how do they do that? So I guess my first question would be, what do you tell your customers? What do you advise them on making this shift? Keith, let's start with you.
So making this, thank you very much, William, and thank you for having me on this show here today. I really do appreciate it. That's a really good question. And making the shift to the cloud is really something that is independent to each of the firms to decide, right? There's a lot that goes into it. I guess one of the best things to talk about is efficiency. Shifting to the cloud, the business operations, it's an internet-based storage. Really, instead of using your local on-prem servers or networks, you use a cloud application. Now, it tends to be more cost-effective. Looking a little bit more modernized. There is a lot of pros to going to it, but along with the pros, you really have to be more adept to cloud security and understanding what the security is and what your responsibilities are. So in order to do that, when people do shift to the cloud, I think that is a decision that needs to be really taken back and understood what you're getting into. Doing due diligence in the cloud environment, the servers, and making sure that you understand what each of those vendors are able to provide you. It's not necessarily we recommend something, but we do tell them, if you are moving to the cloud, it's something that you really want to be proactive in looking towards. But again, it is something that everyone's going towards, which in effect creates an advantageous road for some of these threat actors as well.
So I would touch on a couple of things. I think it is important to understand that everybody's moving to the cloud. It's not, this discussion is not just for technology companies, right? So even if you're an airline, an hotel, a retail, a food chain, a technology company, all of you are actually moving to the cloud. And with the move to the cloud, there's way more complexity. The complexity is because people are using new tools in the dev tool chain. They're using multi-cloud environments. And to secure that, this is something that is really, really important to pay attention in the first place. Another very important point with moving to the cloud is the speed. I think that's what the reason and the advantages of moving to the cloud. But if in the past, the gold standard was to deploy the product every, 2 times a year was really great. And today, some of our customers shipping code to production every 3 minutes. So it means that it's tons of code that is being deployed. And again, that creates a big security gap, because just imagine that there is a flaw in one of these, code or, misconfigurations there, then eventually it propagates throughout and very fast in the production environment. So we need to be careful of that. We need to put the right guardrails in place, and we also need to make sure that we have the fast remediation process in place.
Right.
Yeah, it's funny. You said a great point there with the misconfiguration. I think that's something that it really needs to take into account when you're dealing with any type of cloud environment. I think it hovers right around 60 to 70% of all of the organizations when it comes to ranking the highest threats or highest vulnerabilities is the misconfigurations and not understanding it. And I think that you've got a really good point there about the misconfiguration and trying to understand the cloud environment in order to secure it better. Sorry, William, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, exactly. I think that what's really important to understand in securing the cloud is actually securing the cloud has 2 parts. One part is defining the problem, as another part is fixing the problem. And I think that today there's a lot of focus in the industry on visibility and detections and finding problems. So this is the baseline. But most of the companies that have been breached recently, actually they've known about the problem. They have all the tooling, they have all the detection, all of the alerts, but still they got breached because they weren't focused enough on the remediation. And by the way, I didn't mention about what we're doing is actually trying to really help with the remediation process, because the remediation process is where it's not just a security team that is responsible. It's actually a cross-organizational effort. It's really painful. It takes sometimes days and weeks to fix a problem, to fix just one issue, and you have thousands of those. And I think in order to get secure, you need to have the remediation process in place.
Right.
And does moving to the cloud, I mean, where are the threat actors on this, right? I think, there's decades of research on how you might hack an on-prem service, but these kind of cloud systems are new and evolving. Are the hackers or the attackers, are they keeping up with the pace? Merav, let's start with you.
Yeah, obviously. So we all, heard about, the latest breaches and like with the GoDaddy and the compromised passwords, or like ransomware is very, something everybody talking about. But I think it's just, ransomware or compromised password, just the symptom. And when you talk about specific companies, it's just an example, because it could happen to anyone, moving to the cloud. And again, like you do see that more and more attacks happening in there. And I think, again, like if you look at even Gartner reports saying that 99% of the issues are known issues, 99% of the breaches are going to happen because of like misconfigurations that we discussed earlier on, or like secrets in code and things that really simple issues that could have been fixed, right? And that's going to be the future. So we really need to make sure that we have all of the protection in place to cope with that. But definitely going to grow.
Yeah, you're right on there. I mean, it's and I need to understand that even though it goes to the cloud, the basis of a threat actor getting any type of access remains the same, whether it's cloud, whether it's on-prem. It comes down to a compromised account. If someone has a compromised account, even what we're seeing is, people will get into a local host or a local machine, and from there, launch whatever it is in order to get into some type of cloud environment, to do some type of, email phishing. That's one way. Misconfiguration, like I said, actually adds on to that. There are vulnerabilities that have existed, especially 2021 has kind of been the year of the CVE vulnerabilities. So, coming from January, even before Jan, just in December, there's some really big vulnerabilities that existed all the way through Microsoft Exchange currently, and we're still seeing some activity that is relevant to that. So looking at all of this, how do you determine where do you protect and what don't you protect? And I think you have to do the best thing you can is identify what your biggest gaps are, if you have any gaps, and how you're going to defend those. What are the most severe? And really get involved with, okay, is multi-factor authentication the most important thing, or is it patching this CVE? That's something that you need to decide as a business decision on how you're going to move forward. Now, I would definitely recommend any type of multi-factor authentication, but these guys are really getting in any which way they can, especially whether it's cloud, whether it's on-prem. It really doesn't matter. It's more based on the vulnerabilities that exist and any type of compromise we're able to obtain in order to get into that and facilitate that to do some bad stuff and potentially encrypt everything.
Right. And Keith, how are you thinking about supply chain risk and third-party risk? It's always been a concern, but I think after SolarWinds, everyone has this sort of renewed concern about it. Are you telling customers, you should try and reduce your attack surface and reduce the amount of vendors that you work with, or are you seeing customers want to have kind of deeper, more comprehensive audits? I mean, how can you really know, who you're working with is secure and the impacts that might have on your network?
William, that's just a fantastic. It's a really, really good question, because how do you determine, where do you go from SolarWinds, that was late December 2020, to today? I mean, like you said, it's been so out there. How do you determine? And my recommendation is due diligence. You've got to do due diligence, because a lot of these companies can't just not have any type of party that's going to help them, third-party vendor, whatever it is. You have to do due diligence and do your audits. Your system is as weak as the weakest link which is involved in your network. Whether that, no matter where it is or what vendor you have, that's your weakness, and you need to make sure that you are auditing them and understanding, hey, this is our security posture, this is what we want, and working with them to develop that mature security posture. So you can't thwart off all these attacks. because it's very vibrant out there. These guys are attacking. They're attacking any vulnerability. Like the IT people that are on all this infrastructure and building it, they have a tough job. They have to secure everything. Whereas all these bad guys, they just got to find one little area to get in and exploit it, and it's very difficult. So in order to have this standard and a basis level and determining what your maturity level is, I think is really kind of the way forward in order to determine what you want to do with your supply chain.
If I may add, and this is a great point, Keith, but if I may add, I think that what we've seen with many organizations, that the security teams that kind of have blind spots with regards to the pipeline and the tooling, the dev tooling that are used. And I think that this is something that needs to change. We need to have more visibility about, the code repos and how pipelines are built and how code is actually being developed and deployed to production, because it's all one thing, right? You don't really have, kind of border lines between production, pre-production, dev, staging, whatever. It's all actually kind of flows into your, production environment. So you really need to have better discovery, better understanding of the risks and how things are actually being built in your own organization.
How do you gain that understanding? How can you really be sure that what your business partner or your customer who has some sort of access to your network is what they're telling you about their security posture?
Yeah, I think that first of all, you need to, I think in their own organization, there is this misunderstanding, right? Like how an application is built, how many pipelines do you have, which code repos are used, which ones are stale code repos. I mean, you have a lot of, issues there with your own environment. And then, of course, if you can apply this kind of use case, like case studies of how to do things better, you can also apply them with your vendors. But you have, your way of determining, what is the secure environment, right? Again, code to prod, we shouldn't differentiate there. And what's the level of taking care of, all of these issues, and how fast do you remediate issues if you find issues, right? So all of these things needs to be managed, but they also needs to be first owned by the organization, right? If I need to act, and then I need to kind of ask for the same KPIs from my vendor.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, because when it comes to choosing a vendor, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, it's actually understanding, because a lot of times vendors won't disclose stuff. I mean, regardless, no matter what reason. So it's better to do your due diligence. I mean, we do a ton of due diligence when it comes to vendor management, and seeing some of these, even just doing a compromise check. An email domain check to see if any accounts have been compromised. Now, it may not be specifically for that company, but you can see, some type of this email domain and have these compromised credentials. It's high out there. I mean, I think about 40% on average, about 40% of the cases we intake in a year, which is a few thousand, a lot. That's the attack vector, is getting in through email compromise, and understanding past history. Now, there's some major attacks in the past, going back to 2010, that email compromise, all the way up to 2020, when there was a major attack on an infrastructure. That really turned the globe around and made this administration get their heads up, was all about credential compromise and compromised credentials. And I think we need to look at that to see, how do we better protect ourselves? Is it training? Is it multi-factor? What are the protections we need to put in place in order to effectively combat these bad guys?
Keith, you mentioned it, so I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up. Ransomware. There's this, let's just focus on one kind of interesting new fun twist, if you will, that's been happening more recently, particularly this year with ransomware, with so-called double extortion, where not only will they hack your network and lock up your computers, they'll also steal private, sensitive, sometimes customer data, and threaten to post that online if the ransom isn't paid. So Keith, how do you advise clients who are dealing with that sort of situation?
That's tough. It's so tough, and it's really hard to watch some of these victims go through it, because no matter if you're the large scale business or you're just a mom and pop shop, they're just trying to get by, and you're attacked by these horrible people that are just trying to extort you for money. The best thing to do is, when you're facing this, it's just you have to take your time and do the investigation. Now, a lot of them, do we pay, do we not pay? And that's a business decision. I can't recommend specifically what to do on that, but they do. They do not only double, I mean, it's considered only even triple. I mean, you have the attack, you have the potential of releasing of data on this actor-controlled site, you have the reputational harm. And then going through it, think of how many times you think of these big ransomware attacks that continuously are talked about in the media, even going back to 2010 with Target. I mean, Target wasn't necessarily a ransomware attack, but it was an attack. This reputational harm carries with you. So it's a tough situation that we have to work with these people in order to understand what their risks are associated with. And these ransomware individuals, the people that are conducting ransomware, these groups, they know no faces, they know no boundaries. They're out there just to monetize and get money, and they don't care. And it's a tough one, especially nowadays. There's there's dozens of these victim sites that are posted now that, at 2019 they had none. Maze was the first one to post it in 2019, and then they just flourished, and now there's dozens of them. So almost majority of all ransomware groups are posting them, which is a tough situation.
Merav, have you dealt with ransomware cases, and what's your experience?
With ransomware cases, so I think for us, ransomware is just a way to abuse the data. It's just a symptom. We're more focused on looking at the problem. And again, the ransomware is how do you use the data in order to blackmail in a way the organization. But there are other risks of your customers' data being exposed here or there for different reasons. I think the main thing is to really make sure that we have the process that once something is happening, how again we react fast, how we reduce the time to fixing issues, to understanding the cause of the problems, to the root causes, and to make sure that we kind of put the right guardrails so this issue is not going to come back again, right? Because it's a matter of how do we secure our data better in cloud or on-prem environments, so we can actually feel that we protect our customers' information.
Right. I'll pose a question to both of you. I mean, if you were to predict in the next year what kind of new threat vectors or what sort of types of attacks that you might be dealing with, what are you anticipating? What do you see as kind of the cutting edge of new types of attacks? Merav, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think that just going to be the same attacks. It's the same thing. Like if you look at yesterday's news and like 3 years ago's news or 10 years ago's news, it's the same type of attacks. It just and everybody's after the same thing, which is the crown jewels, which is the data, right? So eventually, I don't see it change. I just think that the vulnerability is changing. Like in the cloud, you have different types of vulnerabilities, the misconfigurations and others, and on-prem are probably different. I think they're after the same thing, kind of the same people, just using different ways and new attack vectors to get in.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that's true. It's human nature to attack the same thing over and over again. I mean, the individuals behind it are maturing, the technology is maturing, but I see the same type of attack. One thing that has been an interesting shift is even talking about ransomware is how it's not just the ransomware groups now. Now the major ransomware groups, Conti, Lockbit, either all of these individuals are now selling their data, selling their area, selling their ways to attack to anybody. So it's not necessarily just one group. So they're utilizing that name in order to push out, hey, I'm attacking you, I'm a member of Conti, but in actuality, they're just purchasing the data. So this ransomware as a service is something I think has taken off a little bit in 2020, 2021. I think it's going to keep on flourishing in 2022 just because the profit is there. We see it. Now, the best thing I can say is happening is that, the U.S. administration is really getting involved with this. And I think you're going to see some good things come from the government as well as kind of the security posture of firms like ours here in order to assist and can really combating this and securing the environment.
Okay, we have less than a minute left, so I'll give you both a question here. What's the easiest, simplest thing an organization can do while also kind of giving themselves the biggest security boost? What has the best bang for your buck? Merav?
I would say just embed security into the business process. I think that would be it. It starts with training, and with put the right processes in place.
Keith?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Take a snapshot in time. Where are you? Where do you want to be? And what are your ultimate goals? And align that with a security posture that's going to really benefit you as a company as a whole. I think that's going to be the best foot forward for anyone.
All right. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much to both of you for sharing your time and your expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for joining us for the first half of the day. We've heard some terrific discussions. We're now going to take a 10-minute break so that you can get up and move around. We have a great program for the second half of the day. I'm looking forward to hearing from Arvind Krishna, CEO of IBM, and to learning about the latest developments in the gaming and automobile industries, and so much more. So see you in 10 minutes.
If you haven't noticed lately, we're living in the future. Technology that was only imaginable in science fiction is now so mundane that we practically take it for granted. But there's still one thing that's conspicuously absent from our futuristic present.
Where are the flying cars? I was promised flying cars. I don't see any flying cars. Why?
The one thing that both utopian and dystopian visions of our future have seemed to agree on is that by now we'd be flying around our cities. But for the vast majority of us who don't happen to own private helicopters, we still mostly move around at or below ground level, often stuck in congestion. But over the last decade, a growing cadre of bootstrapping startups and industry stalwarts have been raising and spending oodles of money on a new mode of transportation known as urban air mobility. Could these autonomous, human-ferrying super drones finally be the flying cars that we've been waiting for?
I think there are two things that are driving the investment and the attention to the sector. The fact that people are moving to cities, and cities are getting more congested, and urban dwellers do not want to own cars. So anything that can move an urban dweller from A to B is interesting to investors. We saw it with micromobility solutions. We saw it with shared mobility solutions. The next natural step is shared aviation solutions.
The concept of urban air mobility isn't totally new. For decades, helicopters have been a means for those with means to hover and glide over traffic in major urban centers like New York, San Francisco, and Sao Paulo. Past attempts at turning helicopters into a form of mass transit, however, have been grounded, mostly by the inevitable problems of helicopter technology: noise, inefficiency, and danger. Thanks to these issues, many cities have either limited or banned helicopter transit outright, except for limited use, such as in emergencies. But imagine a future in which instead of driving your own car or hopping on a city bus or subway or taxi, you could cut your transit time significantly by booking a flight on a sleek, safe, and relatively quiet electric-powered drone, or eVTOL, short for electric vertical takeoff and landing.
If we look at just 0.1% of the Americans that are driving in their cars from work to home, and we assume that's going to be our addressable market, we're talking about 100,000 passengers a year, more or less, that need to be moved. If we assume that these aircraft can carry about 4 to 5 people, and they're doing 4 to 5 trips a day, we would need roughly 5,000 of these aircraft. So that gives you a sense of the massive opportunity we have here.
Given this potential market, the field is unsurprisingly very crowded.
There are over 180 companies developing some type of a VTOL. A lot of them are drone developers. So it's all about scale. If I can build a small version, I should be able to scale it to a larger version.
One of these drone-turned mega companies is EHang, a Chinese firm founded in 2014 that has already earned a spot on NASDAQ.
From the very beginning, we designed big drones to carry passengers, right? And second, you can see that for normal drones, the technology is one-on-one. That means we need one person to control each drone. But for us, we designed the system to control multiple AAVs simultaneously by using one single platform.
EHang recently secured approval from the Korean government to perform test flights over Seoul, showing off the company's prototype during a recent 3-hour tour. Although EHang is designing its remote-controlled prototype to fit applications ranging from medical evacuations to sightseeing, it's this so-called last 10-mile problem that seems to be the most ripe for disruption.
For example, if you take a train to arrive in Beijing, right? The train takes about 1 or 2 hours, right? And after the train, if you take a taxi, it takes another 1 hour or even 2 hours to go to the destination, which doesn't make any sense. But if you can transfer our AAV, right, it takes maybe 15 minutes to arrive at your destination. That's very cool.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, a German company called Volocopter has spent the last decade or so designing a fleet of prototypes that have recently been flying in demonstrations over cities both at home and abroad.
We are extremely pragmatic. We set out to build a vehicle that can meet the high safety standards, that can be certified based on existing technologies that are available today. What came out is the Volocopter. We explicitly designed it as a multi-copter concept. So we have, 18 independent rotors that give us a very high degree of redundancy. So any 2, any 3 rotors can fail and we can still safely complete our mission, which gives us a huge safety advantage over any other concept. And particularly on the urban mission, where it's about, safely transporting people from A to B in an urban context, as quiet as possible, we believe the multi-copter concept is the winning design for that particular mission. There may be other missions that require different design concepts.
Volocopter's ambitious plans have attracted interest from a number of large companies hailing from other sectors of the transportation world, such as Chinese auto giant Geely, Germany's Daimler, and most recently Japan Airlines, all of whom have participated in funding rounds for Volocopter that have raised well over 100 million euros so far. Of all the companies currently working on eVTOLs, Volocopter seems to be the furthest along in committing to a launch date, already taking reservations for flights beginning as soon as 2023 at an introductory price of around 300 euros. But the main hurdle that could disrupt that timeline isn't merely a technical one.
This is a very safety critical, transportation mode, and you need to make sure that you have all relevant stakeholders involved. So we are really relying on the buy-in of the regulators and, gaining their trust. So we always talk to them and be like, okay, do we have an alignment of vision? Do we have the Civil Aviation Authority on board? Do we have the airspace manager on board? You need to make sure that you have alignment, because any one of those stakeholders can block you from ultimately, achieving your goal.
Part of the added challenge in gaining regulatory approval for civilian carrying eVTOLs is that the standards issued by regulatory agencies are evolving in tandem with the technology itself.
They have to be airworthy, these aircraft. They're going to be running on batteries. And batteries need to be also approved as safe enough to be in an aircraft for this particular application.
Volocopter, EHang, and other well-heeled eVTOLers, such as Lilium and Joby, are each taking a slightly different approach to engineering an all-electric passenger drone. Some of the designs are more of a hybrid between an eVTOL and a small plane, capable of both navigating a dense urban environment and flying long distances at up to almost 200 miles per hour. And while some of the engineering solutions for challenges like battery capacity are pretty innovative, such as Volocopter's hot-swapping charging stations, any eVTOL's viability ultimately comes down to proving its safety in a variety of conditions and scenarios. So assuming that eVTOL technology eventually passes those regulatory hurdles, that still leaves a very important question about this untested market. Who exactly are these for?
If we look at Elon Musk's master plan, the first iteration in 2006, he was very clear. He said he was going to build an expensive car to help paying for a less expensive car to help pay for a mass market car. So I think we're going to see something quite similar in this specific segment, where companies will be offering the service to high-end consumers, but in the end, that will subsidize the technology so that everybody can access it in the long term.
Mass adoption of urban air mobility, though, might pose its own potential issues.
Once the product trickles down and more people start using it, we fear it might actually cannibalize users from public transit in cities, which will have negative consequences, in our view, mainly because it will just shift congestion from the road up into the sky.
Before we get to that point, though, these companies face yet another technical challenge: integrating urban air mobility into the existing transportation landscape. On this front, Uber is taking advantage of their own learned experience building a revolutionary ride-sharing platform to bring their technology into a third dimension. And they're not even waiting for eVTOLs to get started. Back in the quaint pre-pandemic days of late 2019, I gave their Uber copter service a whirl.
There is no smoking allowed.
All right, we're en route to JFK. Yeah, I can take this to work every day.
We're really thinking of this as kind of a version 0.1 of our vision of this future Uber Air product. The key thing, what we think, is the important learning that we are developing right now is this foundational feature, kind of this core experience of multimodality, so true multimodality. So we're, with a single button press for the product, we dispatch the first mile car, the helicopter, and the last mile car bidirectionally from downtown to JFK. And we are using our technology.
Welcome back to the Bloomberg Technology Summit. We have an exciting afternoon in store for you. So settle in and join us as we hear about the latest technological advances in a variety of industries and learn how to expand innovation with a hybrid cloud. But first, I will turn the program over to my colleague Tom Giles, who sits down with Arvind Krishna, CEO of IBM, to discuss empowering the digital transformation.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Technology Summit. I'm Tom Giles, and I'm speaking with IBM CEO Arvind Krishna. Arvind, thank you so much for being with us. I'm really looking forward to talking to you for the next few minutes because we're on the cusp of some really big milestones for IBM. We've just passed one, the spinoff of Kyndryl, the IT services business. You're coming up on 2 years, your 2-year anniversary in the helm. It's gone by so quickly. And you've also outlined some goals, some targets for growth in 2022, looking at mid-single-digit growth up from about 2% in the most recent quarter. I'd like to get your overview of how we get to that place from where we are now.
Yeah, so Tom, first, it's a pleasure to be here speaking with you and to your audience. Look, I think all strategies that work have to be somewhat straightforward. I'll use that word. So how do we get from here to there? One, the acquisition of Red Hat was perhaps the first step on the strategy. That gave us a lot of confidence watching the client uptake, watching the accelerated growth of Red Hat in our hybrid cloud, which is another word for multi-cloud, as well as acknowledging private and public clouds. Okay, step one. Step two, take the managed infrastructure businesses, Kyndryl, and spin that out, because that's a different business profile and less associated with where clients want to go in our journey of hybrid cloud and artificial intelligence. Three, we have done a fair number of, I'll use the word tuck-in, but smaller acquisitions, not quite the scale of Red Hat, well over a dozen in the last 18 months, and those help us garner a lot of capabilities. Now, having done all that, have a much simpler company. 70% of the company is focused on consulting and software, both high growth areas in the market. And then we take our consulting growth, high single digits in the long term, though double digits in the last quarter, couple it with Red Hat growth, couple it with software growth, and that gives you the mid-single digit growth. Whereas on hardware, if you notice, I kept silent because I think hardware will be kind of flat if I take a 3-year period. May go up 1 year, may come down the other year, but kind of flat in the midterm trajectory. So that's how we kind of couple it all together. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about partnerships. The partnerships we are building with Amazon, with Microsoft, with Salesforce, with Adobe, building on prior partnerships with both SAP and Oracle are examples where we can drive multiple billions of dollars for our partners and for ourselves. So you put that all together, and that kind of gives us the confidence and conviction in our mid-single digit growth based on both consulting and software.
You came in 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. It'll be 2 years in April. It makes sense for us to, you've talked a lot in recent months about the new IBM that's emerging. And that makes sense to me for a company that's 110 years old, that you're going to reimagine, you're going to reinvent yourself from time to time. We see it with companies that are far, far younger. give me a sense of when you came in, what was it that made it so abundantly clear to you that it was time to think differently about IBM, and give us a sense of your philosophy and how you keep this IBM that's going to emerge in 2022 from maybe going down some of the same detours that the company went into in the past?
It's a great question, Tom, and one that is maybe one of a few that keep me up at night when I think about that. So let's take some things that are constants. So what has IBM done really well for 110 years, that it has survived for 110 years in this really intense competitive technology world? We really help our clients deploy technology to move their businesses forward. This has been true, I think, through IBM's history. Then underneath that, to unpack it, the nature of the technologies change. It began with punch card readers, went on to electronic calculators, went on to the mainframe, went on to building services and software. But at some point, every one of these has to change. So when I look at it now, and I came into the role, I said, okay, you got to focus on a few things because this is becoming a world of scale. You've got to be really, really good at the things you do. You cannot really be a jack of all trades, so to speak. So he said, focus in on hybrid cloud and artificial intelligence, and put a bit of a caveat, and quantum computing coming down the road. So what fits that and what does not fit that? So vertical applications don't quite fit that. So those are better served somewhere else. So those we're taking out of the company. Managed infrastructure services. People are making their hybrid cloud decisions independent of their own infrastructure. So, okay, that is perhaps better served somewhere else. That then gives you a simpler and nimbler company, and then you go focus all your capital allocation, all of your expenses, all of your investments in those areas. And so that's what you're seeing us do. So that is what became so clear to me, and I think we're seeing early returns of it. This year, if I note the company that is the new IBM without Kyndryl, we did 1% of growth, 2% of growth, another 2% of growth, which are the numbers you're reflecting on. Not quite at the mid-single digit yet. I sort of committed we will be at the mid-single digit in 2022, but much better than the past has been. So I think maybe we are partway to our goal, and we're going to get all the way to the goal next year. But it is really the simplicity, the focus, the nimbleness, and the allocation of capital into these strategies that is resulting in these better trajectories.
And I want to talk a little bit about another way that you have talked about getting there, and that's through acquisitions. You generated over the last 12 months $11 billion in adjusted free cash flow. You have talked about the role. Well, I mean, I think most people who look at the Red Hat acquisition, your largest ever, would say that was a success story. You yourself have said more acquisitions are coming down the pike. So I want to talk a little bit about how that fits into your strategy. I think about, if memory serves, about 16 deals completed on your watch so far. Do you anticipate continuing to acquire at roughly that pace and that target size, or is there scope for something more transformative?
Yeah, so I'll answer both questions, Tom. One, so Red Hat was $34 billion. We borrowed money in order to do that because we did that in cash. We'll be down to our correct leverage ratios by the end of this year. So we've kind of paid down the bulk of what we borrowed for Red Hat. Now, if I look at the returns there, I think 17% annual growth there in the business, $3.5 billion and change in revenue when we acquired the business, well over $5 billion this year. So I'd say that's why I think the investors will put and should call that a success. Okay. Now, we generate, as you said, 10 to 11 billion a year in free cash flow. About 6 goes towards the dividend. So that leaves us about 5 and change each year. And we put about 3 to 4 of it to work in acquisitions each year. So when I look at that, that's the business as usual. To extrapolate over 3 years, we said $35 billion in free cash flow. You count 18 towards the dividend, that leaves you 17. So we could say that's the business as usual. And I fully expect to maintain that rate and pace. So, acquisitions that fit into that envelope on an annual basis, yeah, sometimes you may borrow a bit ahead, sometimes you might wait a little, but if over a 3-year period, expect that to be the case. Now, what areas will they be in? Anything that is going to help consulting, with the targets that I talked about. So a number of our consulting acquisitions were around Amazon or Salesforce or Microsoft Azure or Adobe. With the set of ISV partnerships we have, expect those will continue. It brings skills in, or it might bring a geography expansion. If I look in software, we've done a bunch around automation, Turbonomic, Instana, to name a couple, and those have been really, I think the initial signs are really promising. So expect that we'll double down there. The areas are clear for us. We'll go in automation, we'll go in data, we'll go in AI, we'll go in security. Those are for sure. Of course, hybrid cloud and management, anything that bolsters Red Hat itself. And so you could think hybrid cloud, containers, and container security, and then those on consulting. Now, I didn't address your question on the big one. Look, size is not a real concern. If I find something that has both the attractiveness of a Red Hat as well as the financial profile, because if it's going to be in that size and scale, it's got to be attractive enough. We'll go look at it, but it's got to meet both those properties. For the first one, those all help towards revenue growth in the business as usual. Though, you know, when you spend billions a year, it's tough to call that business as usual. I think one should take anything that is with a B quite seriously.
Is there any scope? You talked about the $6 billion that goes toward your dividend. Is there any consideration being given to possibly making adjustments to the size of that dividend to give you a little bit more firepower should the bigger deal come along?
Look, Tom, we were quite clear that we are committed to our dividend. When we look at our shareholder base, and we do talk to them quite a bit, we think that they are really looking for a solid dividend. And so I think, and I believe for our shareholders, that is something important to them. You know, as time goes by, we'll generate more cash flow. We said we'll increase our free cash flow by about $750 million a year. So a different way of generating more flexibility is by increasing the cash flow through having a healthy business. And that gives you a lot more finflex in terms of what you can do, whether you borrow or whether you spend cash or how you use your cash.
You mentioned having conversations with investors. I look at the share price. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up a sore subject, down about 24% over 5 years, a bit more than that if you look back over 10 years. Is that weakness warranted, candidly? And if it's not, what is the investor community missing?
Yeah. Look, Tom, I think that what our investors are telling us is that they want sustainable revenue growth. Many of them don't even say mid-single digit or high single digit. They just say sustainable revenue growth. Even if you give us 2% or 3%, but consistently, that is what we're looking for. And I think it's up to us to go prove that we can do that. We intend to do that in this coming quarter. We intend to do it in next year. We've actually set our targets a bit higher for next year by calling it mid-single digit, not just sustainable revenue growth. And I believe what they're looking for is, can you give this sustainably year over year, quarter over quarter? And I believe that that is sufficient to go unlock a lot of value in our stock price. So when you ask me, are you being treated fairly? I would say, if I listen to myself, no, I'm not being treated fairly. But if I look at our track record, then I'd say they're saying, show me. And so we intend to show them. And as we show them, we certainly hope to get back then a fair regard for the demonstration that we will make over the next few quarters.
Let's talk a little bit more about artificial intelligence. It sounds, every conversation I have with IBM executives point me in the direction of artificial intelligence being an important part of the portfolio, particularly your hybrid cloud strategy. Jim Kavanaugh also talked about it in the most recent investor meeting, the idea that you're still in the very early innings when it comes to enterprise-based AI adoption and scale. To keep that baseball metaphor going, what does IBM need to do to get us into those middle and later innings of the game?
Yeah, look, so data is going to be produced at the rate of 175 zettabytes a year. I'll let the audience figure out what's a zettabyte, but believe me, it's a lot of data. There is no way that traditional techniques will be able to harness all the insights from the data. Artificial intelligence is the only technique we know. So let me point to some examples and then point to the category that we are going after. If I look at what a company like McDonald's needs to do to automate their order taking, whether it be at the drive-through or on the digital app. If I look at what CVS did for COVID-19 vaccinations, if I look at what Citigroup is using to help their auditors look through all the documents that they must comb through really quickly because of what their auditors are looking for against the capital markets and investor desks. These are all examples of enterprise AI. So enterprise AI is what we are after. How do I help my clients really improve their business process, really help improve the quality of service to their end customers, right? That's what's going on in the McDonald's and the CVS use cases. As I do this, as I help a client like Anthem become much better on the digital app and their call centers, it unlocks a lot of value for us. Then you start from those use cases and help AI transcend different applications, maybe in how you do triage in IT problems, maybe in helping you better against your cybersecurity attacks. If you notice the press for the last few days around some of the open source vulnerabilities out there. How do I help a security analyst triage through? In our case, we collect 150 billion events a day, by the way, and that number is only going up across the clients that we serve on security. There's no way humans or classic data techniques are going to be able to solve those issues. Artificial intelligence can. And so we are working on artificial intelligence, that is those use cases, but also can I move it forward and become more and more proactive so you're kind of solving things before they even come up. And that is what I mean by enterprise AI. Enterprise AI, by the way, doesn't typically have billions of examples you can learn from. It may have hundreds, sometimes thousands. So it needs some unique techniques to be able to make sufficient advance. But I really believe that this AI, to use your baseball metaphor, we're in the first innings because I think by my competition, we're 8% of the way in to unlocking the 16 trillion in productivity or global GDP that AI is computed to do by the end of this decade. If you're only 8% in, there is so much more to go. Some of it will go to the consumer companies. A lot of it will lie inside the enterprise.
Let's take a minute to talk about a subject that's on the minds of every company right now in a tight labor market, and that's talent acquisition and retention. When again, I was listening to Jim Kavanaugh's remarks at the most recent conference, and he struck a really upbeat tone about the volume of applicants you're getting, the number of people who are, number of resumes that that IBM is going to look at in 2021. If memory serves, it was something like 5 million. So I really got an upbeat sense from him about your ability to bring in the talent that you need. Tell me about the cost. You also had in the third quarter about, I want to say, margin, a decrease of about 100 basis points. Mm-hmm. How much of that is coming from bringing in the right people and paying them what they deserve and what they demand, and at the same time keeping your margins, your margin declines in check?
So there were two different factors that played into that, Tom. So one, just talking about the margins, then putting it to the side. We have so much demand in consulting, where we grew double digits in the last quarter. We kind of foresee that same happening and continuing for some amount of time, that we are hiring ahead of demand in that part of the business. That causes a margin decline, not in the long term, but in the short term, because it takes you maybe 6 to 12 months to get back your margins since you hired ahead of the demand. Now, I think that's a wonderful problem to have. In what I see as the demographics of being a tight labor market, in the demographics of everybody thirsting for tech talent, if we can have some of that talent inside IBM before it's needed, I don't mind losing a point or two on margin while we are building up then the correct supply to serve the demand that's out there. I see this demand continuing for a long time. Two, so Jim's right. We look at about 5 million resumes a year. We actually, at any given time, have about 3 million people who we are still in the hopper, are still in our pipeline. So for our hiring of a few tens of thousands per year, that feels pretty good. Now, you're looking at me and saying, okay, how come you guys can do this when the whole world is talking about a lack? Well, we give them interesting work to do. That's one thing. Two, We are pretty global as a company, and I think what the pandemic has taught us is work can be done from almost anywhere. I'll say almost because you do need connectivity, and I need to make sure that it's in places with a good legal system and places where our clients are comfortable that people can get work done. But with all that said, it allows us to tap into a global base of the tech talent. However, even within places where it's really, really tight, like the United States, some problems we work on are so attractive to people. We didn't get a chance to talk on quantum, which I'm really excited about, but we can get our fair share and more of talent around quantum, around technologies and semiconductors like 2 nanometers. I'll throw out some terms like vertical transistors instead of horizontal, getting energy consumption down by 85%, greening, carbon sequestration, all these problems that our scientists and our chemists and the people we hire love to work on. So it's a mixture of global, really hard problems that kind of really make a big difference, and being able to stay the course and letting these people get their work finished to a point where they feel really good about it.
Let's take a minute to talk about quantum and another, emerging technology that, or not so emerging anymore, that a lot of people are talking about right now, and that's the blockchain. Both of those are areas where, I would say IBM is attempting to stake a claim. I'd be curious to get a sense of how long before these start to make a meaningful contribution to the bottom line for you.
So blockchain has been a really good winner for us already in so many consulting projects. When I look at digital health passes, I look at vaccine passports, I look at what we did in both in Germany and in Canada. I think it's a great example where we become more relevant, and that leads to more and more work. I'm not sure whether or not blockchain is ever going to be a technology in its own right, like AI is a technology, but it's definitely one that is being used widely already. But in all cases, it's not around mining and cryptocurrency, which I know are all the rage, but that's not what we do. But supply chain and health systems where privacy is important, those are areas where we think is really important. Quantum, I'm super excited. Now, it is going to be commercial 2, 3, 4 years. We can take our guesses. It's not decades, as some people say, but we just announced 127 qubit quantum computer. By the way, a real quantum computer, not a simulation, not in software, a real physical one that you can go access on the IBM cloud. And we believe, and we put out a roadmap to get to 1,000 qubits by the end of 23. And I think you'll be able to solve some real problems in that one. And that's why we're so excited on quantum. By the way, I think I'll throw out a market number. It'll be hundreds of billions of value by the end of the decade. So now you come back and say, when do you think you're going to get going? I don't think we go from 0 to 400 billion in one day. So there is going to be a gradation over the latter part of this decade on quantum.
You've got a new mainframe coming. We just got a few seconds left. You've got a new mainframe coming out. Tell me, can you give us a preview of what that looks like?
I'll give you one preview. AI and hardware as a processor built right onto the chip, which means your latency to detect fraud goes from hundreds of milliseconds, even tens, down to microseconds. Think of what that can do for our financial system to detect fraud in real time.
Arvind, Krishna, CEO of IBM, thank you so much for joining us for the Bloomberg Technology Summit. This has been Tom Giles.
Hello, I'm Gina Bass, technology reporter at Bloomberg and Bloomberg Seattle Bureau Chief. With me are Chris Bruzzo, Chief Experience Officer at EA, and Adam Boyce, co-CEO at Iron Galaxy Studios. Thank you both for joining me, and thanks to our audience. So since we're talking about the future of gaming, let's start with the latest buzzword, the metaverse. Is the whole idea complete hype, or is it a concept that will have a big impact on gaming? Adam, why don't we start with you, and then Chris, we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sure. I love the concept as a whole, right? I mean, we've been at Iron Galaxy busy announcing our new game Rumbleverse last week. So the metaverse is such a big, hairy, sort of audacious goal I think the industry has as a whole. I think the part that I've seen a lot of excitement around is just everything magically and fluidly moving from one experience to another. I think the core concept, I think, is very exciting and very endearing, but I think how it all works together, how it interoperates, how we bring concepts, ideas. We know with a sort of a flat image, we can move that from experience to experience, but the idea of like different parts and pieces, whether it's weapons or a pair of Air Jordans flowing freely from Battlefield to Call of Duty, I just am not sold all the way there yet, understanding how all the underpinnings work. I'm sure Chris has figured it all out over at EA, but no, I think it's a fantastic high concept. I just as a game developer, we're still trying to figure out, how to just ship games during COVID. So I think the next aspirational step is trying to unpack what's possible within the metaverse.
Chris, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I have a rule for new things that come up. I call it the VNBA rule, which is, has Gary Vaynerchuk tweeted about it in the last week? And if the answer is yes, then you go and check to see if an NBA player has invested in it yet. And if the answer is yes, then I collect 10 people and we run like crazy to go sort of build something in that space. That's kind of what happened to esports. It was like, let's go get esports. And then people were like, make a game for esports now. How about make a great game, have it be followed by a lot of people, create amazing experiences that people love to play and share with others. And that's actually what we do in gaming. So we facilitate massive social interactions from communities of interest inside our games. And so this idea of a metaverse is really very familiar to us. And I think it's going to continue to be interesting. And I think we're going to get more democratization of content and services and all kinds of interesting things. And we've got stuff happening in The Sims and in our Skate franchise and in FIFA and in Apex and in Battlefield, all places where people can create and do unusual things or express themselves in a very, very unique way. All of that is early indicators of where this whole thing might go. But let's just be careful about the hype cycle.
Well, and can I ask you, because it feels like both of you are kind of going around the same sort of issue, which is if you look at augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, whatever sorts of words you want to use to call these new gaming trends, how do you make those games and experiences high quality? Because when I talk to gamers, I hear from a lot of gamers who just cringe at the whole idea of seen past half-baked things with no execution and these kinds of concepts.
Yeah, it's hard. You got to start. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say it's really fascinating because you hit it on the nose there, Dina. We really have to start with how it feels to the player, right? Think about player first, player centric first. How to build social experiences, engaging experiences that feel great, whether it's controller input or virtual reality, augmented reality in sort of real space or mixed reality. I think if it feels great first, that's sort of the starting point. And then Chris touched on this too, right? Building a community in a universe that people want to visit is the hardest thing to start out with. And then from that point on, what can it become later on? I think this idea of building a bunch of little villages that will somehow sort of all cohesion bring together in one space, I think is kind of aspirational. But how do we do it now? In some ways, and Chris, you reminded me of this. I mean, when I fire my console, I feel like I'm already in the metaverse because I have access to all these different games and ideas. I don't need someone else to sort of be able to push all those experiences on me. But to me, it's all about the players first. How does it feel on their controller, their input device? And then we go from there of creating sort of compelling worlds that they want to visit over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, I am Bodhiwan. That's my gamer tag. And I've been Bodhiwan for a lot of years now. And I've invested in that tag and in how I show up in all those spaces. I show up differently in different games and different spaces. I spend a lot of my time at work, leading and being out in front, have to go live on Bloomberg with you, Dina. So when in some of the games that I play, I am just like the most meek follower. I'm just like, whatever you guys want to do. It's so much fun to just play that role. So honestly, this is why we make games. We want to create these immersive worlds where people can try things out and they can experiment. The Sims is like, basically, that's what it's all about, is to explore alternative realities. So I think it's fun. I think it's going to continue to be fun. I think the pandemic accelerated it. And I think we're going to find that there are very large communities. I mean, in some of our games today, we have over 100 million people already inside the community coming to our games on a weekly basis, connecting with each other. So Metaverse feels like it's kind of just a logical extension.
Yeah, Chris, during Thanksgiving break, my son and I ended up playing 12 hours of Lawnmower Simulator, where we're literally just mowing lawns for an hour at a time. You're absolutely right. It's more about playing together and how do we sort of evoke that social experience in a virtual world.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. In the metaverse, Adam and his son will mow your lawn for a fee, I assume.
over and over
for a small
again.
fee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the gaming industry has been changed dramatically by the creator economy, by this ease of tools for creating games, mods, Minecraft servers. Everyone spent the weekend patching their Minecraft servers, but there's all of this innovation that individual developers, individual players can bring upon the gaming industry now. How has that changed things for a big company like EA and an independent developer like Iron Galaxy?
Okay. Well, I mean, to be honest, it is another beautiful activity for humans to engage in. I think humans are just so interesting, and you give them space, and they do amazing things that you weren't expecting at first. So this whole concept of like, now we're going to create stuff, and we're going to take things that even weren't meant for creating, and we're going to do extraordinary things with them, it makes me marvel at humanity. And so the fact that games are now playing them is just one of the things you can do. You know, watching is probably going to eclipse the amount of people who spend the amount of time in the actual interaction of playing a game is going to probably be eclipsed by the number of people who spend hours watching a game played or watching other people play games. And then creation is yet another dimension of that. And I think the whole thing is powered by social interaction. So when people get to interact with each other, then they come up with all kinds of cool things like exchanging goods or making gifts for each other, or developing galleries of things and showing off their talents. So it is to me, the way we think about it in electronic arts, it's another entire vector of experience for us to be able to explore for many, many years. And we've got the next generation coming up. Frankly, they expect to have tools that allow them to create. And so it's both an opportunity and an obligation.
Yeah, that whole entire democratization of content creators has been fantastic, right? We see it really started with that ubiquitous access to all different engines and capabilities to build things. And now we have people that are hobbyists. If we think about when I was kids, and Chris, you were a kid, we would just build Legos and have a little, in the air, a little battle. Now kids are building mechanics to be able to sell different modes within Roblox and Minecraft to each other and actually earn, many people become game developers full time from these tool sets that they have access to. So it's super inspiring. We're a smaller independent studio. We still have 240 people, which is quite a bit. But looking around the workspace and even having people that came from that community that then applied it to come work at Iron Galaxy Studios is fantastic. I love it because it means that any new idea can come from any place, from any background. All you need is a computing device to be able to start that development, whether it's just an iPhone or an Android device or a small little PC or laptop. I mean, that is so inspiring to me because it means that the greatest new idea can be coming from anywhere at any time. And that is just pure excitement for us in the development community.
Mm-hmm.
But given all of that expansion and all of the kind of boom in independent studios, should we expect to see more consolidation in the industry? Should we expect to see more mergers, more acquisitions?
Yeah, what do you think, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Adam,
obviously
let me ask you.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. No, I was going to say, tell me if you expect more consolidation, but as an independent studio, how do you think about whether to sell or go it alone?
No, that's a great question, Dina. It has been happening, especially more aggressively over the past 2 years. I mean, we see from all the reports, all the money sort of flowing in from various sources to create that consolidation. I think that one of the biggest things is the battlefield has changed. No pun intended, Chris. But it's now the freedom and independence of those studios that do get acquired and are permitted to build their own visions after the acquisition is a really unique aspect of it that didn't exist 10, 15 years ago. Before, you were sort of conscripted into a large unilateral command and control organization. And now a lot of that independence is still given to the studios to build and to persevere. And we see that with even, Hazelight, the team that made It Takes Two. I mean, they just won the TGAs for best overall game. And it's an inspiring game that came from a studio that sort of another publisher was involved with. And to me, that's pretty inspiring. As long as we keep that and the independent sort of spirit continues to be alive, and that balance occurs. I think the good news is if the command and control comes back into play, then we'll probably see more leaders and creatives sort of leave to start their own things. But the way to look at it, it's just a big, huge ecosystem, and people are always just interested in pursuing their own visions. And I think it's super exciting from that perspective. So from where we're sitting, it's fantastic to be independent. We don't answer to anyone except for ourselves, and that also allows us to sort of always try to set the bar higher, and we become our own number one competitor to try to make the world a better place for our employees primarily and for our players next.
And we love that.
Chris,
we
I'm
love
not going to
that
let you off the hook.
Yeah.
Should we expect EA to acquire more studios?
Of course. I mean, we've just welcomed Codemasters, Glue Mobile, Metalhead, Playdemic, all in the last 9 months. So absolutely, consolidation is going to continue to happen. Mergers are going to continue to happen. But I love that answer from Adam, because there's nothing that makes those of us at Electronic Arts, happier than a fiery independent studio that wants to make the Rumbleverse, like Adam just announced yesterday, a very cool new IP. They're going to get out there and create compelling experiences. If they reach a point, like what happened with Glue, reach a point where they would benefit more from being part of an organization that can provide more support, more tools, more marketing, more QA, more infrastructure, then that's going to be an ideal moment. So the way we think about it is does it make financial sense for both parties? When we do is the revenue there? Is the profitability there? Is there an opportunity for growth? Does it make strategic sense? Is there a match between their IP and our IP, or gaps in our IP that makes sense? Does it make cultural sense? In other words, do our teams share internal culture? Do our teams share the same kind of passion and approach to the way we develop? And then do we have confidence in the leadership? And when the answer is going to be yes to all those things, then absolutely we're going to see more consolidation.
Given that, though, Chris, do you think we will end up seeing some gaming mega mergers where some of the bigger platforms, say an Xbox or a Sony, acquire one of the big game publishers, or where some of the big publishers merge, or is that a harder deal to put together?
Well, I think it's getting harder because the addressable market for gaming, as we were discussing at the beginning of this conversation, continues to grow, and there's all these tangential opportunities, and so the valuations of gaming companies continues to grow. And I think when you get to companies the size of Electronic Arts, that becomes a pretty significant deal if there was going to be a mega merger. We're talking about things that are north of 60, 70, 80 billion dollars. I mean, Bethesda's acquisition of Microsoft's acquisition of Bethesda was a landmark deal. And it was sizable, for the gaming industry. I can't remember exactly where it landed, but it was many, many billions of dollars. But mega mergers, $9.5 billion. So mega mergers are going to be multiples of that. So whenever you get to that kind of altitude, there's not a lot of oxygen up there. So it makes it harder to get deals done.
Right. And so let's shift to a different subject right now. Let's talk a little bit about culture in the gaming industry. There have been a number of high-profile complaints about misconduct at the highest levels of video games companies, from sexual harassment to forced overtime and abusive treatment of workers. How can companies from independent studios to the largest game publishers create better working environments in this industry?
Yeah, I can start from Iron Galaxy's perspective. I mean, it starts from taking responsibility for what you are trying to build in your culture, right? It's about zero tolerance policies for any kind of sexual harassment or misconduct, for anyone not feeling safe in the work environment, right? It's about instilling a firm work-life balance metrics for employees. It's about acknowledging mental health issues that we're facing. And it's really about having a more honest conversation as an industry as a whole. And I think just people taking more responsibility and doing the firm things that are important. I mean, we talked earlier about the creator economy. It's also about the employer economy, right? Of like, we need to create an incredible working environment that people want to come to. And that, I think, is getting harder and harder as we see more of these news breaking. So at Iron Galaxy, we're just trying to do the best we possibly can for our people, create great benefits, great parental leave programs, and a bunch of other things that value our people first. And then hopefully people stick around and want to make cool stuff with us. But I think in this industry, we still have a ton of work to do. And it's about first step, taking responsibility from the top on down.
Yeah, totally agree. And the larger your company gets, the more you've got to be serious about it. And we're very serious about it at Electronic Arts. So we start with we want an environment that's positive and fun and fair and inclusive and safe for everyone. And we want that for our players in our games and in the communities in our games, and we want that for our people as well. And so we try to create that, and we take it very, very seriously. It starts with clear, unequivocal statements, which we've made both internally and externally about our intolerance of any behavior that goes against those values that will constitute harassment of any kind. So you've got to be incredibly clear about that. And then you have to back it up with consequences. You have to back it up with investigating every concern that gets raised. You have to have the right tools in place. For a company of our size, we have to have tools to make it possible for people to skip the line and raise a concern immediately to the very top. So we have a raise a concern system. We have a team that investigates complaints as soon as they come up. This is something that when you reach 10,000 or more people like we have at EA, it's a vigilance that is ongoing, and we're actually feeling good that we've got a system in place that when the next issue arises, we're going to be on top of it, and that's what's most important.
Before we go on to the next question, I just want to correct myself. Microsoft acquisition of Bethesda was $7.5 billion. Apologies to Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella for adding an extra $2 billion into their bill. Obviously, the company's cash pile is such that they could afford it, but nonetheless. I want to ask a little bit about NFTs, digital collectibles, trading and in-game assets. Gaming is obviously an industry where already people are habituated to purchasing really cool armor for their character or a particular, outfit or style. Is gaming, as a result, fertile ground for these kinds of collectibles and for NFTs, or you're not that excited about it?
Well, sure. I mean, the concept of collectibles is something that at Electronic Arts we know a lot about. We've been creating experiences like that in our live services and our games for a really long time. The idea of digital collectibles that go along with your FIFA Ultimate Team, with your Battlefield squad, we've been doing for a very, very long time. But we're at the very earliest stage of this conversation about non-fungible tokens, and the opportunity that to create that as part of a game experience is interesting. But the way we see it is collectibles generate their value from having a high quality asset, B, some scarcity, so it makes it collectible. C, they've got to be authenticated. Got to make sure that it's authentic. If you're collecting things that are scarce, and then fourth, D, you've got to have a rabid fan base. And when those four things are true, you can have an environment where trading things becomes a really exciting and fun thing to do. So we'll see on how the technologies evolve, how the experiences evolve. We're certainly going to start experimenting and studying it. But the trick with NFTs is also going to be, how do we do it in a way that has low to no environmental impact? And that also has to get solved, because we're not going to want to create something that then causes even more issues for the Earthverse, as we proceed. So that's a very important part that's got to get solved as we proceed.
Yeah,
Adam, does it excite you?
I mean, I think it's interesting. I think the idea of it working across games, I still have scratched my head around how that would work, how a FIFA Ultimate Team card would ever work in another game at any point in time. I think in general, the idea of having things that are exclusive, I think oftentimes when something like NFTs come along or the metaverse, we often think like, how do we take advantage of it? A friend once told me, if there's a fire hydrant shooting out money, you get in front of it. But the reality of it is that first you need to create a compelling game or a product or a concept. And then if it takes advantage or that technology makes the game that much better, then let's explore it. But let's not do the inverse, man. Let's cool our jets a bit on just getting in front of NFT games, and let's first find a purpose of why it makes the players' experiences better, and then we'll go from there. Baby steps.
Great. And that's all the time that we have. Thank you, Chris and Adam, for joining me today. It's been super interesting, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Up next is a discussion on hyperdrive, the future of automobiles. After after this panel was taped, the California DMV suspended Pony AI's driverless testing permit on November 19th, following an accident involving one of Pony's test vehicles in Fremont. Pony told Bloomberg on Tuesday the collision did not involve any other vehicles and no injuries occurred. It is in contact with the California DMV. Enjoy the next panel.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Technology Summit and our panel, Hyperdrive, the future of the automobile. I'm delighted to be joined by Zoox's co-founder and CTO, Jesse Levinson, also from Pony AI, James Payne, who is the company's CEO, and from AutoX, Jewel Lee, who is the COO. And we have a lot to discuss. And I'm going to start with a big picture question, which is for you, Jewel. Why do we need to work towards a future where vehicles can drive themselves?
Oh, that's a great question. I think it brings so much value to the society. And first of all, I think it's going to boost the safety level of our transportation by a huge amount. And secondly, I think we're facing a global labor shortage. So we will have less and less people available to drive. And the automation of mobility is certainly one of the biggest things that we need to solve.
James, there seem to be two models here. One where we're working towards a world in which vehicles are passenger cars, right, that you own, but they drive themselves, so that while you're sitting in the vehicle, you can switch off for a little bit or check your emails. And then there's the other model, which is robo-taxis, fleets operated by a third party that you hail as if it were a ride-hailing service. Which model is Pony working on, and why?
Yeah, certainly, I think both models bring a great value to the society. It's going to be promised to be safer, more convenient to the passengers. Pony's focus traditionally has always been to robo-taxi, which is really we're developing a versatile and really safe virtual driver that should be able to handle all types of driving situations. So I think that brings the most value to the passengers.
Jesse, you're at a slight advantage because I've been in the Zoox autonomous vehicle. For the audience that aren't familiar, it's basically a shuttle with no steering wheel, no pedals, 4 passengers face inward to each other. But you're pursuing a model that's basically a one-stop shop, right? You build the vehicles yourselves, and then you operate them as part of a ride-hailing service, a consumer-facing service. Why do that one-stop shop model?
So our view is that for such a safety-critical integrated product, it's really helpful and important to have that under one roof. If you think about the iPhone, that was a very new form factor. You really needed to do the hardware and the software to pull something like that off. We think the same thing is true for robotaxis, but even more so because there's also the safety element. So we have to be able to certify that these vehicles from the hardware and the software are super safe to use. And we also want to create the best possible experience for our customers, which are riders and not drivers.
So I think everyone has the same question whenever you discuss autonomy, autonomous driving, autonomous vehicles, which is, where are we? What is the reality of today's technology? Jewel Lee, what is your progress report on autonomous driving?
It's been a great year from 2020, actually. We first got driverless in 2020, about April, and then we start scaling them up. Now we're covering about 65 square miles of driverless ODD. That's the size of the area where we can go driverless. So I think this is the progress, and it will continue to be the focus that we work on, is to scale. That's the word that we're focused on. We have already been driverless. I think all three of us, all 3 companies here, we have the California DMV driverless permits, right? So we've been there. That's the first step. The next step is to scale.
Well, on the next step, James, what are the technological challenges broadly the industry is trying to conquer here?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in general, one of the biggest challenges for autonomous driving or for general AI is really how do we make the system to be general enough so that it can be as expert as a human being. In terms of autonomous driving, it's really how do we handle all types of driving situations and the weather conditions, you name it. So that's part of the reason where Pony started the open road testing in both China and the US. Actually, in China, we are testing in all 4 tier 1 cities. So we're trying to tackle the problem for generalized AI solution from the get-go. Then if really take the thermometer for what's the current status, I think for Pony and for the industry in general, the main focus is really one keyword, commercialization, right? I think we spent the last 5 to 10 years really build great technology. Really, these days, it's about how do we mass produce and deploy a large fleet of autonomous driving vehicles, and how do we have the commercialization to make and push the fleet to be a benefit to the society and to everyone's mobility.
I certainly want to come on to commercialization. Jesse, before we do that, you know, for Bay Area residents, they'll be familiar with the Zoox test vehicles, right? The retrofitted Toyota Highlanders that you drive around. They have large, very visible sensor suites. And those are not the vehicles that you end up deploying in the future, right? Those are not your commercial vehicles. So what is it that you're testing? What are those test drives around cities? And you're also introducing those to Seattle for some wet weather testing without being unkind to one of my favorite cities. You know, what do you gain from that exercise?
Sure. So we've been primarily testing our so-called level 3 fleet. So those are retrofitted regular cars with our sensors and computers and our software. And we've been testing those primarily in the San Francisco Bay Area, Las Vegas, and just recently have started expanding into Seattle as well. Seattle's exciting for us because it rains a lot there. We want to make sure that our sensor suite and our AI handle adverse weather really, really well and safely. It's also a great market for us, and there's some good engineering talent up there, so we're going to also be doing some engineering there as well. But those are not our product, as you pointed out. You're one of the few people who's actually seen the product that we're building. We did reveal that publicly just about a year ago now. And that's the product that we've been testing extensively on private and semi-private roads, including without a driver. And that's the vehicle that we're going to be actually developing for our customers, which are our passengers, in the coming years.
So James, you talked about commercialization and being able to deploy fleets of robo-taxis at scale. You are active in mainland China, as you said, but you also test in the Bay Area. What is the benefit of having activities in both jurisdictions?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one thing I already mentioned is how do we make the AI algorithms to be as general as possible, and being able to test in all different type of traffic conditions and the traffic behaviors. It's an enormous benefit to make our virtual driver to be versatile. And in addition, in terms of commercialization, we have already obtained the commercial license in Beijing and being able to charge on our public-facing fleet. I think that's a solid step towards the commercialization, and having more cities to have our testing fleet is going to expedite that process.
And Julie, a similar question, but which market do you see being real first? And when I say real, you know, I share the frustrations of consumers that have heard so much about autonomous driving, but when will I be able to really open my phone, summon a real robo-taxi, and where will that happen first? In China or in the United States?
Both. I mean, you already have driverless vehicles in both countries, and we are doing it in both countries as well. I like the word real that you use. I like it a lot. I think one of the issue is that when people are talking about cities, we have been testing in 13 cities globally, historically. But we also realize the same issue, is that it's nice to have different variety of data. That's definitely helpful. But we need to make it real. And for people to really use it in their daily lives, the cars have to be first driverless. It have to be driverless. It's not the same if you have a safety driver there and call it commercialization. 2 is you have to have a very large ODD. People need to be able to go anywhere they want. And I can go anywhere I want, to school, to home, to country. And 3rd, to cover that large amount of ODD, you need lots of cars. So several hundreds of cars is not going to do it for a real service, for a city, for a metropolitan city like Shenzhen, Beijing, or Shanghai in China. So I think that's the 3 key factors that we need to cover when we talk about real.
Jesse, I think it's fair to say that Zoox has been a little more pragmatic than some of its peers in the Bay Area. You've been, I guess, more conservative in what your goals are in terms of timelines. But what is it going to take for you to commercialize the technology? Is it in your control, or are you at the will of regulators on that front?
So, in the United States, there aren't too many regulatory roadblocks to getting this technology out there. The United States has actually been pretty progressive. NHTSA came out in 2016 with the world's first guidelines for fully autonomous vehicles. And, in a pretty landmark decision, they said you can consider the AI to be a driver. And that was, 5-6 years ago now. Many states, the United States, have also come along with their regulations, and they've tried to pave the way. And so, frankly, what's really preventing the wide-scale deployment is, all of us here, we have a very high safety bar for this technology. We want to make sure that before we deploy these vehicles at scale on public roads, that they are meaningfully safer than human drivers. And so the difference between saying, okay, in these situations it's really safe, but we still have these corner cases, versus we handle everything so well that we can deploy them at scale, that's really what we're working on right now. So, we showed our vehicle driving autonomously in downtown San Francisco. It has the functionality to do that. And in many ways, it's already safer than people. But we want to make sure that we have a comprehensive safety case as we deploy it at some scale. And that's exactly what we're working on right now.
James Payne, we've talked a lot about robo-taxis, essentially, vehicles that a passenger who needs a ride gets into and goes from point A to point B autonomously. But there are other use cases, delivery, trucking. Which use case, to your mind, is commercialized first? Which use case will we see most widespread?
We actually don't look in a way to see which one will be commercialized first, but we rather looking at which application going to have the most impact to our daily lives. And we certainly see the biggest, and when you're looking at the transportation or mobility as a pie, the 2 biggest slices are the transportation or the mobility for passengers and for goods. So that's what Pony is focused on. We are focusing on robotaxi and robotruck, because we think those 2 applications will have the biggest impact to us. And that's another way to why we try to make our virtual driver to be so general and so expert, so that we should be able to drive all different types of vehicles.
On that note, and kind of jumping on the back of Jesse's answer, Julie, who should decide that the technology is ready?
I think as of now, the company should be the first one to take the responsibility, right? And that's how the industry is doing this at this moment, because the company is the creator of the technology. We have the most knowledge of how safe and what the metrics are in terms of safety. So, and each company's methodology and technology are probably slightly different from each other. It's not the same. So we are the judge of that at this moment. But for example, we work with regulators and law enforcement very closely. In China, if you want to have a permit to be being driverless, for example, on the road, we have to pass tests that are set for us. It's very much similar to a human when they get their driver's license. We have to pass certain tests. There are hundreds of them, and we need to repeat each one 50 times. So the performance is certainly evaluated. And I think that's a very great beginning. It's certainly not the end. We will have more careful regulations on how safety is standardized, but I think it's definitely a great start.
I want to spend the second half of this panel thinking about the consumer a little bit. And Jesse, how do you convince the consumer that the technology is safe? How do you convince someone to get in one of your vehicles when the time comes for them to be deployed?
Yeah, there's a really multifaceted way to look at that. I don't think there's any one sentence you can tell everybody that's going to make them say, "Oh, that sounds great." It's a combination of educating them on kind of quantitative safety data, and I think we would all agree that you have to combine a lot of real-world driving and testing with even larger amounts of simulation, where you can test repeatedly and deterministically all kinds of dangerous and corner case situations on every version of your software. And so, part of what we do is we actually release videos explaining how we do that and showing some of the results. That's part of the story. And then part of it is, the vehicle itself has to be very, very safe. And so we put over 100 safety innovations in our ground-up vehicle, and we've actually created a vehicle and a passenger experience that's much safer than a regular car. Now, an area where we view things a little bit differently from some of the companies in our space is we do believe that a custom-built vehicle where you don't have the sort of disembodied steering wheel going like this, the interior of our vehicle feels much more like being, in a monorail or a train. It's a very safe feeling experience, and you don't feel like there's a missing driver. You just feel like, hey, this was never designed for a driver in the first place.
Julie, throughout the pandemic and in the context of autonomous driving, what have we learned about what the consumer wants?
Yeah, certainly. During the pandemic, I think we also had things that we purposely built for pandemic. For example, we do not ask people to use the touchpad anymore to talk to the vehicle. They would be able to do it on their own phone, or by scanning, or by voice, etc. So these kind of things are what the pandemic taught us. And secondly, I think after pandemic, it's a lot more welcome for people to hop in a robotaxi without any safety driver sitting there, versus always having someone there, or even sharing the ride. So I think it's getting more and more welcome, and people are starting to pay more attention to other applications of autonomous driving as well, such as robo-delivery.
James, some of your biggest automotive partners are companies that sell cars to passengers, right? And I wondered if you could explain how their work with Pony and the goals that you're kind of working toward together fit in with their long-term strategy for producing vehicles, and how they engage with the consumer down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having a long history and the expertise in the hardware and in the vehicle manufacturing is important for the mass adoption of autonomous driving vehicles. And that's why we always consider the close collaboration with the big OEMs is a key success factor for Pony. We work with the big OEMs as really partners. We do co-development on the autonomous driving vehicles, because really it's the deep collaboration on the software and hardware that makes a total solution that can be safe and cost effective. So that's, I consider the co-development and preparation for large-scale deployment and large-scale manufacturing will be the focus for us for the next several years to really make, as you mentioned, the real adoption or real usage for the autonomous driving.
You've all been good industry colleagues, and this is a good panel, and it's sad that we're all remote and separated, but I want to get a little competitive, if that's okay, and ask you this, Jesse. There are lots of players in this space, right? Globally, concentrated in the Bay Area. Can all of them survive, and can all of them achieve the same goal?
I don't know that all of them will survive. That's unlikely. When you have a multi-trillion-dollar new industry like this one, you'll see lots of big companies and small companies try to build something great, and that's wonderful. That's exactly how you get innovation. Unfortunately, not every company succeeds, but this is also not going to be a winner-takes-all market. It's just too big of a market. There is no historical example of a multi-trillion-dollar company that's completely dominated by just one company. Sorry, multi-trillion-dollar industry that's completely dominated by one company. So I'm sure we'll see several companies at least make a difference in the market. And, we have our approach. We're really excited about our approach, but that doesn't mean that every other approach is stupid or there's only one way to deliver value to customers. And I think one thing we could all agree on is that it's really important that no matter what the approach is, that, safety is that top priority and that we don't compromise the safety of the people in the vehicle or the other road users. But the fact that there are several approaches and different types of vehicles and different business models, I think is a great thing for the industry and for consumers.
Julie, do we see different startups cooperate with one another? Do we see consolidation in this space?
Consolidation is not exactly the same thing as collaboration. Collaboration means we're still keeping independent companies, but what we see is that the bigger the large players get, and they intend to go more vertical. So I think it goes back to Jesse's comparison to the iPhone in the beginning. I totally agree, because this industry is so new. We don't have a very matured supply chain for tens of thousands of components, and because it's safety critical. So I think it's actually making more and more sense to go vertical, to consolidate, and do more and more integrated within one company to be able to say that we can guarantee safety here because we do an integrated approach. We do the software, hardware integrated approach to guarantee that our product has the highest standard or performance.
James, let me ask you this. How do you differentiate yourself in a large pool of companies pulling towards the same goal?
I think for us, the main focus is always on safety first, and we never compromise safety. I think the auto industry as an industry is built, survive, and thrive on safety. And we also focus on value creation. Right? That's the main focus of the companies. How do we create value for our partners, to the consumers? I think as long as we can continue to deliver values, then the Pony will continue to be successful.
I want to ask all three of you the same question as we approach the last couple of minutes. What is the tipping point for the real world deployment of commercial vehicles? Jesse, let's start with you.
I'm not sure there is one, to be honest. I think what you're going to see is, like Jewel was pointing out earlier, this stuff is already getting real, but it's real at a small scale today. And then next year it'll be a little bigger, and the year after it'll be bigger. And, in 10 years, we're going to wonder why people used to own 2 cars per family in the United States. That's going to seem ridiculous. So I don't think there's going to be one moment where a switch flips. I think it's just going to be, more and more and more. And eventually it's going to really transform the way people move around cities and save a lot of lives and make the planet cleaner. So I think we're all really excited about that.
Jewel?
I agree. It's going to be progressive. However, I think it's certainly going to have stages, though. So we talk about hundreds of robotaxis. We'll talk about thousands of them. Then we'll enter tens of thousands of them. It's not exactly linear per se or exponential. It's going to be in stages. I think we're going to enter the next stage in 2022, which is coming in maybe 15 or 20 days. We will see a larger volume of autonomous vehicles very soon. And that's going to be beyond the level, the order of magnitude, although it's not dramatic, but it's beyond the order of magnitude that we see today.
And finally, James.
Yeah, I think on the high level, there are 3 main factors, right? One is the product needs to be safe and cost effective. Second, there will be regulation that supports it. And the third is consumers want them. I think all three key factors is moving along actually at a quite faster speed. So I agree with Jesse. They're probably not going to be a watershed moment to say everything, the switch just flipped on. But as long as all three factors moving along, as long as a player in this industry continue to making progress and to create value for the consumers, and I think it will just happen.
All right. Sadly, fantastic conversation, but the conversation has to come to an end. So Jesse Levinson, Zoox, co-founder and CTO, Jewel Lee, COO of AutoX, and James Payne, CEO of Pony. Thank you very much for joining us, and what a fantastic conversation, and a lot to look forward to in the world of autonomy.
Great.
Thanks for having us.
Great talking to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The conversation this year for businesses isn't whether to migrate to the cloud. It has been, how do you get the cloud applications, the cloud benefits, given how quickly the technology is moving and how constrained it is in terms of spending money and being efficient with how you use these resources. And what this panel attempts to do is to look at all the different ways the different companies are adapting to the cloud in sort of creative ways in order to keep certain data on site, in order to keep legacy systems, and in order to preserve certain applications while transforming others. And the panel that we have for you today is phenomenal. We have George Eliseos. He's Director of Product Management for Hybrid and Edge AWS, the largest, I believe, cloud services provider in the country. Laura Money, Executive Vice President and Chief Information Officer at Sun Life Financial, where she has met a lot of her colleagues virtually after starting there in the pandemic, a new era where cloud has been ever more important. And of course, our own Anurag Rana, Sector Head and Senior Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. And I wanted just to start with talking about how different companies are using a different cloud model, so we can kind of move away from the conversation of just migrating to the cloud and figure out the different kinds of examples of how companies are being creative. And I'd love to start with you, George, the sense that you have just sort of a broad brush of different ways that people are keeping their data on site while also tapping the cloud.
Yeah, thanks, and great to be here. Well, what we've seen really over the last few years is a tectonic shift of customers moving to the cloud, as you mentioned, and we've seen here before. We have seen millions of customers from practically every vertical that is possibly imagined, right? That moving into the cloud. And from an AWS perspective, what that means more traditionally is the AWS region. These are the core infrastructure offerings of AWS, which would you traditionally would think of as the cloud offering, like the big cloud, right? This is where most of the use cases and workloads really run on, because they offer you the most scalable and the most cost-efficient and elastic way to run your applications. However, while we've been increasing the number of regions across the year, starting from one region, reaching 26 regions, and with another 8 announced across different countries in the world, what we've seen is we've seen a rise of different applications that have a harder time moving into the cloud, and this could come because of different reasons. One of the common reasons is there is a dependency to some legacy system. Think of, I have a database that I've built over the years, or decades even, which cannot be easily moved into the cloud, or at least quickly moved into the cloud. So it will take me some time to move that over. But still, I want to be able to leverage the power of the cloud. I want to be building new applications with the newest application development models. I want to be using cloud services. How do I do that while I have that dependency on my database? That's one kind of like pattern that we see. Other patterns that we see are regulation or specific contractual commitments that require customers to keep data in a particular place. Think of, for example, betting or specific workloads that are governmental or are sensitive due to different reasons that need to be in country, in state, or even in some cases in a particular data center, right? Like those regulations do not necessarily allow you to move everything on the cloud. But again, you want to be leveraging the power of the cloud to write applications or to develop the rest of your systems while keeping those data in the right place. And then the last kind of, if we see 3 areas, let's say, 3 is a nice number to think about, is the amount of data that's being created by the exponential increase in sensors. And, we tend to, in the modern world, amass data from every possible way we can and every possible system we can. And sometimes moving this data around or sending it to the cloud is impractical or not cost effective, or there are time constraints. So again, these are applications that, need to be written in order to take advantage of this data. So for, that's kind of like an ultra low latency use case also, where, you have end users that need to interact with applications in particularly interactive ways, or you have very sensitive to latency machine-to-machine communication. That's like, let's call it the 4th area. So the way that we've been approaching this is we've been extending the AWS cloud with a number of products to enable customers to still take advantage of all of our service offerings and the breadth and the depth of our platform, while conforming to these different requirements that they might have across these categories.
Laura, from your perspective, trying to implement aspects of the cloud, which sounds like from our conversations before, you're pretty far along. Can you give us a sense of the evolution for you? How much has been piecemeal types of approaches to keep data on site versus some wholesale adoption?
So I think it's a really interesting question you've got. We've really taken an approach at first, which was net new. We're going to build in the cloud. And of course, there's all sorts of applications now that are software as a service that whether you want to or not, you're going to be in the cloud. So for example, Office 365 is a big one where everybody has to pretty much go to the cloud now if you want to use Office 365. So a lot of those are already in the cloud. Then you have the Salesforces and the Workdays that are all in the cloud. So you end up with significant portions of your application suite in the cloud without even really trying. That's just how software is sold these days. But when you come to some of our more proprietary and perhaps some might call legacy technologies, when we're building on them, we really say cloud first. Not cloud only, but cloud first. And in fact, moving our data is one way we thought about it, is if you have a center of gravity of data in the cloud, then people are going to have to go to the cloud to build. And so we've done some of that where we're allowed to. We are putting our data in the cloud, and then you will find that the applications start to develop in the cloud as a result of that. The other interesting thing is you can, within the cloud, keep things within a region. So where we have data that has to stay resident in Canada or stay resident in the US, then absolutely we specify the regions that that data has to stay in, and that can be accommodated generally. In terms of thinking about how you go to the cloud, there's 3 real ways that I think about it, going back to George's 3s. One is really to take the data, like I talked about, and create that center of massive data, and then everybody's going to follow the data. They're going to go there. The other way to do it is to take sort of suites of related applications. So maybe it's all your mobile apps, maybe it's all your web-based apps. And doing that, you can take those suites, containerize them, and move to cloud. And the other way we are thinking about it, and we may do this for some sets of applications, is actually to move the lower environments. So your dev and your test environments, build those in the cloud. Now, the developers and the testers and the folks who are going to be operating these systems are all learning about it and developing it in the cloud. And then when it comes time to go into production, you might think that you're going to end up going into production on-prem, but in fact, you're going to slowly have people pull your production into the cloud because they've built it and they're now familiar with operating and developing in the cloud. And every chance they get, they'll start to move production to the cloud. So for different sets of applications, we're actually thinking a little bit differently. Sometimes we're going to lead with data. Sometimes we're going to lead with the lower environments. And sometimes we're just going to pick up suites and go.
So zooming out, Anurag, can you give us a sense of what the adoption has been like in the industries that you cover, just to get a sense of the penetration and how far along companies really are in this evolution? And I call it an evolution of both hybrid and other types of models.
Yes, Lisa. So the way we look at it is very two-way system. There are cloud-born companies that have been responsible for the first big push towards all the growth in cloud. So if we look at the cloud spending in total, it's somewhere around $320 billion right now, according to IDC data. Now that comes out from a total IT spend of about 1.6 trillion. Now even within that 320, only about 120 is about infrastructure and platform work, while about 200 is SaaS applications that Laura mentioned, the likes of Salesforce and Workday. So the way we look at it, that for the past 15 years, 10 to 20 years, depending on whether you look at infrastructure or applications, bulk of this growth is coming from people signing on new business, which is people looking at cloud-born companies, the likes of Uber or Lyft, that basically started off on the cloud and scaled and grew with them. But in our view, the next phase of growth is going to come from this hybrid model where companies that have been in existence prior to the cloud era start to move more and more of their applications into this hybrid platform. Now, one is easy, which is if you had an old legacy, let's say HR application, you move that over and you go to either Workday, or SAP or Oracle. If you had a customer service application, you move to either Salesforce again or one of the other vendors. But the big question is when you have a lot of these homegrown applications, just like an example that George said, that is built on a database that has been around for 10, 15, 20 years, what do you do with that application? We think the next big phase of growth is going to come from that, and that is what is going to drive adoption. In our view right now, and when we talked to Laura, we found out differently, but financial services firms mostly are the ones that are the farthest ahead. And we think that number is no more than like 15, 20%, 10 to 15, depending on who you ask. But in certain cases, some companies are far ahead.
So I guess that before we get into just what some of the obstacles are and how this is going, Laura, you were talking a lot about how everything will just migrate there. And if there's an application there, naturally, everything will be sucked in there into the cloud. And you have this cloud first kind of policy. What are the benefits? I mean, what are the reasons why there is such a gravitational force?
Yeah, I think you make a really good point. Because it's not what you might think. You might think that it's cheaper to operate in the cloud, and that is true for some workloads where you need to have some big compute at some times and some very little compute at other times, and you don't want to have to buy that yourself so that you constantly have the capacity for a large amount of compute. So for some workloads, it's cheaper. But by and large, if you've got a fairly mature, relatively robust data center that's highly virtualized, there's not a dollars and cents reason to go to the cloud from the perspective of just operating the technology. That's just not a great business case. I'd say the margin there is 5 or 10%, and sometimes I've even found it's more expensive to go to the cloud. You go to the cloud because the tools are better. The innovation on the cloud, people like George are thinking every day, what new features and functions am I going to offer on the cloud that Laura can't afford to build and innovate on herself? So you get a lot of tools and capabilities that developers use. You get a lot of the tools that allow you to move faster and work in that more agile way. And frankly, I am going to struggle over time to bring talent into the organization that will not want to work in cloud. Folks, especially, maybe folks a little younger than I am, will want to work in those kinds of environments with that kind of technology, and you won't actually be able to attract them. So I see the future of being able to do and run a technology shop really involves moving to the cloud, as well as all those agility and business benefits so you can get value out to clients faster. And you can
So
leverage
George,
the innovation that George is coming up with us.
Okay, so George, now you're on the spot about all your innovation. Does the product to sell itself? When you go in there, and it's just a matter of you finding ways to make it the least expensive and least cumbersome for the clients, or is it to sort of understand what the potential benefits are?
Well, I think, like Laura described, a lot of our customers lead with agility as the key value proposition that they love, right? We do a lot of the undifferentiated heavy lifting, as we like to think about it, so that they can focus themselves on what makes their business different and what gives them an edge in the competitive marketplace, right? I have seen customers also really care about cost and actually get a lot of cost improvements. Obviously, it depends on your workloads and how you do things, but the main reasons underpinning that is, first of all, we have the scale. So the scale gives you economies of scale that we can pass on to customers, but also it allows you to plan better. When you're in the cloud, you don't have to purchase for your 5 years out or even provision your compute capacity for the peak, but you can elastically kind of like go up and down as your own demand, your own end users or your own applications kind of like require. But I do hear also from customers the innovation argument. We do have a large set of folks really thinking every day, how do we make our customers' lives easier by inventing both up the stack with managed services, but also at the infrastructure layer, and hybrid is a really good example of that. When we're thinking about new products of, okay, you're facing that obstacle that doesn't allow you to build new applications in the AWS region, what can we do for that? I particularly like one example of our products called AWS Outposts, because it exactly focuses on that issue, and it shows you how focused we are on solving these customer problems. With basically what we did is we've built this infrastructure and service product called Outposts that you can now install in your data center and extend the AWS cloud over to where you need it, where your database that we've been talking about is running. And what this allows you to do is use the same APIs and the same tools and the same services that you're used to use into the cloud. Like Laura said, your engineering force, Laura is training her engineering force to be able to deliver very quickly and efficiently by using the cloud. Now they can do that, the same thing in their own data center for those applications that require ultra low latency to that database, or are talking to a particular manufacturing robot or what have you. So we feel like we should be earning our customers' business every hour and every minute. So no, it doesn't sell itself. We are particularly focused on helping people like Laura who really want to innovate.
Well, Anurag, given some of the benefits here, what has been the obstacle for such a low adoption? And why isn't there a faster race, considering that there are benefits, and every company in their earnings talks about the cloud, and certainly we've seen AWS and Azure over at Microsoft absolutely crush it?
Yeah, so Lisa, the answer is fairly simple. It's the ROI associated with building a new application versus porting over an old application. So for any CIO, the question is, I have limited budget. The budget only remains flat to slightly up next year. Now, what do? I need to invest a lot in the newest technologies that are out there that are built on cloud. So if I want to write a new application, that's an easy decision. Go out and make it. But I still have, 50, 60, 70% of my CapEx just goes to maintain my lights on. Now, the question is, what do I do with that portfolio? So I got to take apart each application every year, figure out what do I move first? I need to re-engineer it. There's a lot of cost that goes in it because you have to run them parallel for a while. So that's really where the struggle is, because a lot of the IT footprint that has been developed for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, that just cannot go away overnight. I mean, it's not possible. And I think that's really the struggle for a lot of them, is to find the time, the money, and the patience to port over those applications.
One thing that we've talked about before is the idea of having data sets on legacy data providers or legacy platforms like Oracle, that there have been previous providers that don't offer the same kinds of cloud benefits. And how do you manage that? How do you transfer things over? And, George, I want to start with you. Has that been an obstacle? Has that been difficult to have data transferred from legacy providers?
Moving into the cloud does require some initial effort, but what we have seen is that most obstacles are not actually technical. Most, when customers first start, it's more about having a leadership alignment. Both Anurag and Laura talked about this. Is like, do we want to do this? And is there a top-down mandate from CTOs and CIOs that are forward-looking on this is a great investment long-term for us? As long as we've seen these decisions being made and having these mandates and having alignment at the leadership level, then the really next level of obstacles is, some of the learning the new skills on the cloud and some of the approach that Laura has been talking about, which is actually I believe is a great and really strong approach, which is don't try to boil the ocean. Start with the things that you can move today, and then you are creating that gravity that everyone wants to use the cloud because there are obvious benefits that we talked about. Now you've created that gravity around it. Now, to your question, there is data that needs to be moved. Many times we see the data being moved easily, even from older, more traditional and kind of like legacy to an extent solutions to the cloud. We've had, migration tools also that AWS is offering to make customers' life easier there, et cetera. But there is some also, like we talked about, data gravity that needs, if you have 1 billion sensors in a factory that's all generating data, that you need to process some of that locally. So yes, there are some technical obstacles, but I think that AWS is providing you the features and the services that you need to do that. It's more about getting that alignment, at forward-looking leadership.
Laura, what's been your experience in terms of obstacles that you faced that were unexpected, or any kind of unexpected bumps that you've encountered?
I don't know that they're unexpected per se, but I think George described very well. Every year you only have so much budget, and you have to make choices about the approach. And so, when you have something new, it is more straightforward. When you want to buy, we're in the middle of replacing our general ledger system. If you buy a new general ledger system, as an example, you are going to now move to cloud. If you are going to go to workplace, your HR systems, you're going to go to cloud. You almost don't have a choice anymore. So that's straightforward. It really is the discussion around, do you want to port some of the legacy systems, which you can do purely from an infrastructure point of view, or do you want to take the time to modernize those and rethink your business models? And if you start to try to modernize, which is a great thing to do because it gives you increased flexibility, it gives you much more agility than just porting the infrastructure, then you really need to do it at a pace that aligns with your organization's strategy. So where we've had a strategy that says we need to modernize this aspect of our business, and maybe a good example of that is in the U.S. we had some APIs that we wanted to build between some of the HR systems and our own benefit systems, and we knew that we needed to, and we wanted to modernize. Doing that on the cloud is great, but over time, you're only going to be able to go as fast as the business strategy really pushes you to go. As I said, if you're just moving from an infrastructure point of view and you're not at the same time refactoring or modernizing the older technology stack, you don't get as much benefit, and because you don't get as much flexibility. But the other thing is, from an operating perspective, other than for some specific workloads, and I think, George, you alluded to this as well, there's not necessarily a compelling cost case to say, we're going to move to the cloud and everything's going to be cheaper. You really have to have other reasons to do it.
From a stock market perspective,
sometimes the data residency does get in the way. That we have some government contracts, et cetera, and sometimes data residency is a challenge for sure.
Is that something that a hybrid kind of model to keep it local could address, or is it more restricted?
No, I think it could. I'm always very reluctant to abstract the data from the code. You want that code and data, not physically distanced, because the amount of slowdown you get when you do that is huge. So to me, just having your data in a different place than your code isn't an ideal architecture. So I'd rather keep the data and the code together.
Anurag, what's your sense in terms of the CIOs and the CTOs that have to make these decisions, whether they're emboldened by shareholders of the company that reward them for spending on things like the cloud, whether if they can say, hey, we're sort of like a tech company too, they'll see everyone cheer, that's a good thing, or do they feel constrained, right? I mean, this is sort of the question of the moment as you see so many companies with actual cash cushions.
Yeah, I'll actually agree with how Laura is thinking. That's how I think a large portion of the CIOs will think, is unless you see some absolute benefit from moving it, it's not needed. Now, the fun part is, let's say I'm going to take financial services industry as an example. It's getting bombarded with new entrants. People were digitally born banks, broker dealers that are coming, out starting with mobile apps. You have fintech companies that are, emerging every day. So now what does a traditional bank do? They have to figure out that their old consumer banking system, their old capital market system, that needs to be modernized. And does it make sense to spend a lot of money recoding it or starting from scratch to write some of these applications on the cloud? Now, for example, I'll give you, Goldman, along with AWS, created their, the Apple credit card, for example. It is amazing as to the customer service that you get from that particular card. You can text people and get your, work done. You can't text somebody that was born before the smartphone, or a system that was developed before the smartphone was there. So the banks, or for that matter, anybody, whether that be airline systems or retailers, will be forced to upgrade their older systems. I am on the camp that those older systems will die their natural death over time. Now, that could be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. And those companies will start to come up with newer systems, straight from scratch.
So as we're talking about all this data that we're moving around and the different companies are moving around, an audience member asked us to talk about cybersecurity and outages, which is a very important topic. I want to start with outages simply because we saw this last week where people couldn't get their refrigerators programmed, and we had all sorts of shipping delays because of, I believe, AWS's downing. I'm wondering, George, you can address it first, how that is sort of protected against for people who are relying on that increasingly for their businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me preempt that with every engineered system that humans can make is prone to have problems, right? The question becomes, does your engineering force or your cloud provider like AWS really focus on minimizing these problems and making sure that even when they happen, they learn from and so that they can never happen again. So it's natural for customers to be worried about uptime and availability, but it's one of the top priorities of AWS, really. The way that we like to think about it is, first, we are obsessed at increasing the amount of availability that our infrastructure can handle, but also we like to provide customers with the architecture that they can build on so that they can create applications that are fault tolerant. So on that first part, even when you're on your own data center, you might actually experience a lot of outages because your power is not redundant, or your cooling, or what have you, or you haven't built your infrastructure architecture in a way that eliminates single point of failures, and so on and so on. AWS has been focusing, for more than a decade now, improving that over and over again. So at the infrastructure layer, I think that we're doing a good job, but we can always do better, and we're always learning and improving. Now, at the application layer, what AWS and as a cloud offering gives you is, it gives you these units of compute, storage, and other services, which we call AWS regions, that are completely independent from each other, allowing you to build applications that are globally distributed and fault tolerant. Within an AWS unit, we also give you different data centers. We call them availability zones. They are infrastructure deployments within a region that allow you, again, to use them because they are completely independent from each other, both from the networking power, but even from the control plane and software way. They're completely independent between them, so that even when an event happens, it doesn't affect multiple of those zones or multiple of those regions. We think that providing our customers and educating them about how to build fault-tolerant and high-availability applications is the most important thing. And, a server is a server. A fan is a fan. It can always break. The question is, are we focusing on building systems that are engineered in a way that can not get affected by these single points of failure?
And Laura, what's been your experience in terms of how you try to back things up or protect against an outage so that you can keep going?
So I think George made some really excellent points there, and I think about it in a very similar way. I think as an individual organization, sure, I can have redundant data centers and I can have redundant servers within those data centers, and I can, even dig my own well, and I can have 2 different sources of power. But at the end of the day, AWS and providers like them are really building at a different kind of scale than any individual organization could probably do. Because they're doing it and they're having multiple clients, this is really where I think the scale does pay off. If I talked a couple times now about, well, I can't, it's not really that much cheaper depending on the workload to go to the cloud. I'm going for other reasons. But I think over time, this is one of the areas where there will be a differentiation. And if I really want to get that level of resiliency, it becomes very expensive for me to do on my own. Whereas if I'm relying on George and his friends to have the redundant availability zones and the redundant regions, and even, redundant regions within the same country, if I have data residency issues, those are all things that are really good for me as an individual organization, that I can leverage all that redundancy that would be very expensive for me to build. If I were to build duplicate data centers in different regions, all within all the countries that we operate, it would be prohibitively expensive. But AWS is doing just that. Now, having said that, I know sometimes the industry talks a lot about concentration risk. So if you had every bank, say in the US, in the cloud, in the same region, without redundancy to fall back to a different region, that might be some kind of big concentration risk. And it's kind of an interesting dilemma for the industry, because I think for any individual organization, it absolutely over time is going to make sense to leverage all that investment that AWS is making in resiliency, but it will create a situation where you do have this concentration risk. I mean, we already have it, to your point. If an AWS region goes down, multiple businesses are impacted.
So, Anurag, from your perspective, how big of a concern is this for companies when deciding which provider to go to and whether to move certain applications to the cloud?
Yeah, so I've thought about this problem a lot, and I put it in 3 or 4 different buckets. The first one is cybersecurity. Now, from our research, the hyperscale cloud providers spend billions in security, and that is far above any of the, you could say, individual IT department of any large bank or any large industrial company can actually afford. So from that point, I think the amount of money that goes into it, I personally feel that the hyperscale cloud providers are much more secure than any other internal IT department for, I would say, most Fortune 2000 companies. Second comes is the cloud availability or the region availability. Now, from that point, right now we do get a lot of press when, one region goes down. And I think one of the ways to solve it is go to different regions, have duplications. But down the road, what will happen, and it's not happening right now, but I think it'll take a few years, is each of the companies will have a backup cloud provider where they will have the ability to, move back and forth if needed. Now, that would require a lot more technology work refactoring of applications in a different way. We are not there yet. I think, down the road we'll get there. And the way I think of this in parallel to is just power generation. For a lot of important companies, they get power, to them from two different grids. If it's very critical to them. And that's how I think about cloud down the road, is very much like a utility provider, because down the road, that's kind of the work that they would be offering to their customers.
Since you mentioned cybersecurity, I was trying to break out outages from cybersecurity, because I think of them as two different things. And with cybersecurity, I think about, intentional attacks and people trying to get information, get data. Laura, I'd love to start with you. How big of a concern is this? Are you surprised at the security, what goes into it, or the vulnerabilities that you've experienced as you've gone through this process?
So at Sun Life, we are always thinking about cybersecurity. I think many in the industry will be aware there is a worldwide vulnerability that sort of broke on Friday that is impacting many organizations, especially their web-facing sites. It's pretty significant, the amount of effort that needs to go into it, and I agree. I think that the hyperscalers, the AWSs, and their immediate competitors, those top 4 or 5 organizations in the world who do this, are going to be able over time to spend much more on cybersecurity and defenses than any single IT department of any large organization could do even. And so it's not to say, and I like how George described it, it's not that AWS, when we use them, is providing all our security. We also have to do a significant amount of work to configure things in the appropriate way. We have our own defenses that we put on top of what AWS provides with us. I think it is a joint effort to make sure that we are taking advantage of all the investments AWS makes, but also that we're protecting our own assets in a way that is acceptable from our risk appetite perspective. So it's really, I see it's the AWS efforts on top of or in addition to the efforts that we're going to make as well. And over time, we're better off with the combined efforts of both AWS and then our own specific situation. That's going to help us. But for sure, cyber is an ever increasing part of my budget.
So, George, from the perspective of hybrid, do you find that people think that when you keep data closer to home, it's more secure? Or is that, sort of irrelevant and all of the data is equally vulnerable to people who are motivated?
I mean, there are misconceptions out there, and there are true concerns as well. I think that, to be honest, Anurag and Laura kind of nailed it. First of all, there is a shared security responsibility model. If your application is not secure, it doesn't matter how much secure the infrastructure is. So what Laura is saying, like architecting your application in a way that's secure is super important. Now, I don't want to repeat what Anurag said, but spending, security is the top AWS priority, and we're spending a lot of time and money and effort in ensuring that our platform is the most secure one. But a good example when it comes to hybrid, for example, that you mentioned, is those cross-cutting features of security that enable you to build hassle-free and concern-free. For example, encryption. There is 150 AWS services that deal with data, all support encryption by default for all of your data, right? When your data is encrypted in the most modern standards, the actual location of where it is less important, right? Sometimes if data is in your own system, in your own data center, it might actually be less secure than the cloud, because do you have the same physical security models with guards and cages and LAN badges and cameras, etc., but not only physical, also feature-wise on the infrastructure layer, like encryption and like service features that allow you to ensure security. So when you're looking at AWS and you're thinking that everything from every customer from the military to worldwide banks is trusting the cloud for their security. And if you think that the AWS platform is built with the same infrastructure and the same hardware and the same services and the same encryption, whether it's hybrid model, whether it's services like Outpost that I mentioned before, or local zones or the AWS region, all of these cross-cutting features that the military and top secret workloads can run on, now we provide to you. I mean, it's pretty easy to understand that that's probably a higher security bar than most customers, or at least many customers can achieve by themselves.
Anurag, there is a question that came in for you specifically from the audience about what cases of hybrid cloud strategy have you seen that particularly were impressive? What's your sense?
So I'll mention, I think Microsoft is doing some really good work there, largely because of their footprint of Office 365, as well as, their strong foothold in, their own databases that can be then transferred over to the cloud-based aspect of it. And it's not just the technology. It's actually because Microsoft's been, at corporate enterprises for over, I think, 25, 30 years selling those services. And when it comes to the other two hyperscale cloud providers, that's the biggest one being AWS and then Google, they were just not present there in the old technology layer. So they are pushing harder now with their alliances with, the likes of VMware, or coming up with their own way to tap into some of those older technologies so that they can port them over. So that's where we think, we look at Microsoft numbers, their both server products as legacy products, as well as their Azure products are doing fairly well. I do want to mention one more thing. What George said was another advantage I see of public cloud infrastructure is it's very homogeneous in nature. And if you go back to the, a legacy IT environment or an internal IT environment, that's plugged together with several companies or several different technologies, cobbled together, which makes it a little bit easier for somebody to enter the gates, from a cybersecurity point of view.
Anurag, how much dominance do the two major players have? And I do realize that I'm asking this with George sitting right here, and I will ask him to weigh in. But the dominance of Azure and AWS, it seems like a two-party system here dominating the cloud. Is that correct? And is this going to continue, or are there other entrants that are going to definitely take some share?
So this is an area where I think these two vendors, along with Google, will dominate for a very long period of time. See, unlike the older technologies where, if I was a little bit smarter, I could in my garage come up with some new product that can take on some of the older stuff. But not in this case, because what you really need is billions of dollars of investments to come up with those data centers. Even if I am the largest bank today, I cannot match my per unit processing cost. Forget the processing cost, but just the number of features I can come up with in order to build on that stuff. So if you have a moat, and that moat is through billions of dollars of CapEx that you've already spent with so much of global data centers, that makes it very easy for them to keep on defending that marketplace, whether it's, with AWS and Microsoft combined, actually are gaining share for the past, 10 years from all the smaller vendors. And now with Google's, I would say, recent, I would say, foray into the enterprise market, I mean, they're making very strong inroads as well.
So, Laura, when you are shopping around, is there a very clear distinction between the major players? Is there a lot of daylight between them, or is there just sort of similar parallel offerings on different platforms?
I think our decision, and honestly, we are partnering primarily with AWS, but obviously we also have Office 365 on Azure. And it's not that we only put things on AWS. We also use Google Cloud in Asia for our G Suite and for our Asia advisors. So we're using Google, AWS, and Azure, as well as, frankly, a couple other players. For example, we when you look at mainframe, IBM is offering a Z Cloud. So if you have mainframe apps and you want to move to a cloud model, that is an option as well that we're considering. So I think we already are into a multi-cloud model, but we have partnered, I guess, primarily with AWS for the large part of our compute. And the reason for that really came down to a few things. We believe AWS is still really ahead in the data space, and data we believe is really important. And so we said that would be one. The other one, frankly, is AWS was a great partner to us. And so at the time that the decision was made, I would say we felt most comfortable with AWS as a partner, and they continue to make inroads in the technology. But the reality is now, I don't think anyone can avoid having a multi-cloud model. And I think you're going to look at the different cloud providers for different types of workload and different applications.
George, a question coming in specifically for you, whether you could give any advice to organizations as they try to prepare for some sort of hybrid cloud strategy.
Yeah, I think that actually Laura gave that in the beginning, and I will just concur with her. You need to start thinking about the best place is the cloud. So let's start with the defaults. Most of my applications need to be there. That gives you the scalability, gives you better cost, efficiency. It's just the best place to really deploy most of your applications. When you're thinking about what needs to be remain local, you have to really figure out why, and whether these reasons that you are figuring out are short-term or long-term reasons. So there is I like to think of it in two buckets. One is there are the workloads that, for long-term, will probably remain on premises. Let's say you have a manufacturing facility and you have a robot. The robot will remain on premises, right? It won't move to the cloud. So some of the compute and some of the data processing may need to happen in the cloud. Other parts, you need to transition to the cloud. So when you're thinking about an application that you're a database and an application that you're running in the database against a database is this transition of a kind of a stepping stone. Let me get started with cloud native applications on existing workloads and then slowly move these to the cloud. But the majority of these you will see moving. The question is, I guess, how do you use everything in a way that's consistent so that you don't have to, whatever it's on premise or whatever is the cloud, you need to really learn. Yeah. And that's how we're kind of educating customers, and that's what we're focusing on, is how does every AWS service, including things that we mentioned today, like Outpost, which is in your data center, local zones that is in the closest metro that you are in, the AWS region, AWS Wavelength, which is our 5G edge offering, all of them, they are unified under the same tools, the same APIs, the same hardware, the same security models, the same availability models, so that, when you are thinking about how do I plan this out, you don't need to take a huge bite. You can start with, let me move the things that are very transparently and obviously easily to move to the cloud, and then I can keep moving more and more of my applications without having to relearn tools and do a lot of effort later on.
We just have a couple minutes left, and I want to wrap things up with some predictions. And Anurag, I want to start with you. In 10 years' time, are there still going to be applications, a lot of companies that have applications that are not on the cloud? Or do you think that this will just sort of be the de facto way of business?
I think there will be applications that are on-premise, similar to what we just heard about, IBM mainframe. It's been around for a very long period of time. Now, the problem I'm having on that prediction is those companies that are going to keep them on-premise and not update them, they'll have a very hard time competitively. Now, they might be regulated entities, they might be utilities that might not be competing ahead for market share. But frankly speaking, if you don't have an application that can cater to a world that is full of, everybody working on a mobile device, everybody shopping through social media channels, everybody looking at the metaverse coming in, if you don't have products that can cater to that, then you might as well, you're probably a government entity or a regulated entity that, nobody can take that share away from you. but the bulk of the applications and the bulk of I would say, data will reside on the cloud, because people will soon figure out it is far safer to be in the cloud than keeping it on-premise.
Laura, you're nodding. You agree?
I agree. And, at Sun Life, we're using really hybrid cloud now, but I just see us being more and more in the cloud. It really accelerates our ability to innovate and deliver faster for our clients and our employees and advisors. And, I always tell my team, I dream of a day where we can get a client issue in the morning, work with agile teams, relying on cloud and other modern technologies to deliver a solution by end of day and put it in overnight. And, within 24 hours, we've now met a client need that we hadn't met 24 hours before. And to do that, we're going to need cloud.
I don't know if we still have George or not. I think maybe he is deciding on whether to answer the question. We'll catch up with him later. We are running out of time. I want to thank all of you so much for participating in an incredibly important panel, especially turbocharged in the pandemic. Laura, George, and Anurag, thank you so much for taking the time. All the best to you, and happy holidays.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thanks.
Thank you to all of our terrific speakers and moderators today for all of the great discussions. We appreciate the opportunity to learn about the great work you're doing in your fields. And thanks to our audience for joining us for day one of the Bloomberg Technology Summit. And thank you to our US presenting sponsor, Invesco QQQ, and our presenting sponsors, PwC, Sitecore, and AWS in partnership with Intel for making today's conversations possible. If you'd like more information from our sponsors, please visit the resources tab on your screen. And to watch any part of this program, you can return to BloombergLive.com to view on demand. For more technology news from Bloomberg's global newsroom, visit Bloomberg.com. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time, at 11 a.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. GMT, for another exciting day with the forerunners leading the way for technological advancements, hosted by my colleague, Emily Chang. You'll hear from industry leaders from retail, agriculture, wellness, entertainment, and more. And you will not want to miss the keynote interviews with Emily Choi from Coinbase, Christopher Young from Microsoft, and Sarnoff from Warner Media Studios, and Nicola Mendelsohn from Meta, to name just a few. See you tomorrow.